You're listening to The Mirror Bridge of Tomorrow by Elena Vale, a production by Voxavera. Thank you for joining us, and enjoy the listening experience. The morning smelled of wet concrete and cold metal when I pushed open the workshop door. I was earlier than usual, long before the street woke up, and the coffee in my cup was still too hot to drink properly. 3 samples from the decommissioned Nordring subway structure lay on my table, gray fragments from a wall that was supposed to have been dry and quiet for years. I had already seen yesterday that something was wrong with the material. Today, I needed proof that I had not imagined. I carried the first sample to the light table, set it under the lamp, and ran my thumb along the broken edge. The stone was fine, grained, dense, almost clean. Only in the core did a line shimmer that did not read like a crack, more like a seam of very thin glass. In my notes, I called it a mirror seam because it did not swallow light. It returned it, not strongly, not dramatically, just enough that you caught it in the corner of your eye and then lost it again. That does not belong in an old tunnel wall, I thought. Not down there. I checked the measurements a second time. Moisture normal. Salt content too high for the site. Temperature unremarkable. Conductivity unstable, even though nothing should have been fluctuating. The numbers alone would not have triggered an alarm. Together they formed a pattern I did not know from any archive. My phone vibrated on the bench. My mother's name appeared on the screen. I hesitated, then answered, and wedged the phone between shoulder and ear, while I set the second sample into the holder. She sounded tired but calm, and in her usual practical tone, she asked whether I was coming to dinner or getting trapped in the workshop again. I said I would try. She said I often said that. It was not a reproach, more an observation with a soft edge. Then she talked about the dripping faucet in her kitchen, as if the larger part of our call was already over and now only the practical detail remained. I promised I would come by after work. When we hung up, the feeling stayed with me that we were both making the same move, offering closeness just before it became binding, then stepping back at once. An hour later, I stood at the construction fence with helmet and lamp. My clearance for the inspection was for the next day, with a team and documentation. I was here anyway, just to take a look, just to connect the samples to the site, I told myself. The sky was pale, the city's noise muted. Behind the fence, a narrow path led down to a side entrance that had once been a material shaft. I knew places like this. They obey rules, load-bearing lines, moisture, stress, vibration. If you know the rules, fear settles. The shaft smelled of old dust, oil, and something saltier that did not belong here. My lamp swept over cable remnants, rusted brackets, and faded markings. I followed old measuring points to the north wall of the second chamber. There, the concrete was smoother than in the rest of the structure. Not new, but too even, as if someone had revised that surface later. I took a small metal ruler from my pocket and pressed it to the wall. The edge was straight, then suddenly it was not. For a few centimeters, the surface dipped inward, a narrow shadow, as if there were a cavity behind it. I knocked on it with my knuckles, dull, 10 centimeters farther. Brighter. The same section we had sampled. When I brought the lamp closer, I saw the mirror seam in place. a fine, almost vertical line no wider than a hair. It caught my light and returned it at an offset, from a wrong angle. I moved the lamp left. The light echo moved right. I held still and waited, testing whether this was only a curvature effect. It remained. No flicker. No random reflection. The sight radio sat in my ear, muted, because I was not supposed to be here. I felt the weight of that choice all at once. If I turned back now, I could report the finding, document cleanly, return tomorrow with the full team. Rule compliant, reasonable, safe. If I stayed, I could find out whether the seam was only a surface fault or something else. I pulled the endoscope from my pack, a thin cable with a small camera normally used for cavities behind masonry. The gap was too narrow. I would have needed to drill, and drilling a bearing wall without clearance was not an option. I exhaled slowly, put the tool away, and traced the seam with my bare palm, cold. Not ordinary shaft cold. A deeper, cleaner cold, as if my hand rested on glass with winter air behind it. The wall vibrated once, lightly, not a tremor, more a fine shiver that started in my palm and ran to my elbow. I pulled my hand away. It vanished. I touched the seam again. Nothing. Again. Nothing. Maybe from above, I thought. Traffic load. I was about to turn back when I heard something behind me like steps on wet stairs. I spun. The corridor was empty. Only my breath in the helmet and water, dripping somewhere farther in. My lamp caught something at the chamber edge that did not belong. A thin strip of pale shimmer near the floor where the seam tapered into the joint line. I crouched. The shimmer was there, then gone, then back, as if it responded to my movement. I pulled off my glove and touched the floor directly in front of the seam. The concrete was dry. The light under my fingers was not. A sharp stab went through my head. Not pain exactly, more like a missing frame in a film. For a fraction of a second, I was in the shaft and in my workshop at the same time. Same breath, different room. Then it was still again. I forced myself 2 steps back and checked my state the way I did on any damage site. Orientation clear, no nausea. Balance stable, pupils normal. Only my pulse was too high. I took out my phone and shot photos. On screen, the seam looked like an ordinary crack. No shimmer, no offset. I recorded video. Nothing. I changed angle, zoomed in, captured sound, muttered a curse, and kept going. The footage stayed banal. When I lowered the phone, the shimmer was back to the naked eye. That was when I understood. I had 2 choices. I could keep treating this as a measurement error in my own head, or I could accept that I had found something that did not obey my rules. The reasonable move would have been to go up and hand the rest to protocol. I chose otherwise. I marked the location with chalk, added my own reference number, and wrote the deviation in my field notebook without smoothing it out. Then, I moved farther down the corridor into a section I had no clearance to enter. If the mirror seam was not random, there had to be more than one trace. I wanted the full run before someone painted it over, sealed it, or explained it away. A train passed on the active line above me. The deep rumble moved through the shaft and shifted dust along the wall in a fine band. For one moment, the chamber felt like a lung taking breath. I stood still, listened to the fading echo, and knew I was no longer only inspecting a sample. I had crossed a boundary I could not yet name, and I was already on the wrong side of its rules. I switched the radio back on. Then I went on. I went deeper into the Nordring shaft until the concrete beneath my boots turned smoother, and the echo stopped matching my breath. Behind me, the rumble of the active line trailed like a memory arriving too late. Ahead lay a short corridor I had never seen in the plans. The walls were not new, yet they looked arranged by another order, as if someone had built the same site a second time and forgotten to erase it. I stopped at the next marker and checked the wall with my lamp. Here the mirror seam no longer ran like a hairline, but like a narrow edge, clear as glass in backlight. When I moved my head, its light did not follow me. It answered with a delay, one heartbeat later, from an angle this room did not have. I forced myself into work mode. 3 steps back. Reference photo. Distance measurement. Notebook entry. My hand wrote steadily, but my eyes stayed on the edge. I realized I was waiting for the next tremor. It did not come as a tremor. The air in front of the edge shifted without sound, as if a thin curtain of cold water had been stretched there. My beam broke across it, went milky for a second, and continued beyond in a foreign tone. I reached in with my gloved hand first, then with my fingers. No resistance, only that clean cold, deeper than shaft air, and a pressure in my ear like high altitude. I pulled back. No dust on the fabric. Only a fine film of salt that had no business being there. The radio cracked alive, even though I was not transmitting. Through the static, I heard my own voice for a moment, from a distance that did not fit the line. Not a full sentence, only half a word, then silence. I told myself it was tunnel reflection. I did not believe myself. The reasonable choice was obvious now. Turn back, secure the site, return with a team. I stayed anyway, because I knew this edge might not be here tomorrow in this form. Too many hands, too many safeties, too many reasons to flatten an impossible finding. I put my left foot into the milky strip. The floor was there and not there at the same time. For one beat, I lost my center, caught myself against the wall, and realized the wall was no longer cold, but damp and warm like stone at dusk. The shaft smell of oil and dust cut out. Salt, kelp, and smoke from wet timber rushed in. I snapped my foot back. Behind me the tunnel still existed. Ahead of me another space already did. The edge held between them like a narrow, shimmering threshold. I heard waves striking something hard. Not pipe echo. Open water. If I turned now, this would remain a story without proof. A fracture in perception. If I crossed, I might understand what this bridge was and lose every secure route home. I thought of my mother, of the dripping faucet, of the ordinary dinner plan that suddenly belonged to another timeline. Then I thought of the chalk mark behind me, something that could vanish under dust in a few hours. I stepped through. The crossing lasted less than a breath, but my body reacted as if surfacing from depth. My knees dipped. I landed on a pier of dark planks, shifting softly in the wind. Above me, hung lamps in wire cages, yellow and restless. Ahead, canals cut between tall storehouses, and signs sat on their facades in a script I could not read even while I recognized pieces of it. Behind me, where the shaft should have been, stood only a gray stone wall with a narrow glass line in it. The line still existed, but it had gone dull, as if it had closed after my step. At the far end of the pier, a figure stopped. A man in a dark coat with a wet collar. He did not wave or call out. He only watched me, as if I had appeared at a point where no one arrived without paying. I did not answer. I ran my fingers across the edge in the wall, searching for the cold pull I knew from the shaft. Nothing. Only wet stone. Then two facts settled at once. I was no longer in Berlin, and I no longer had a secure way back. The man started toward me. I straightened and waited. The wind on the pier smelled of salt and cold oil, and it took my body a few seconds to accept that the ground was truly still. The man at the end of the planks did not move faster, but he walked without hesitation, as if this route was his routine, and I was only a disruption inside it. Behind me, my hand kept searching for the glass line in the wall. It stayed dull. No pull, no cold, no slit through which I could find the shaft again. I forced myself to sort the situation the way I did with any damage report. Location, unknown. Harbor structure, dense canal build. Visible risks, foreign environment, no return route, no reliable communication. Resources, helmet, lamp, field notebook, gloves, too little water, a radio on no sensible frequency. It did not remove the fear, but it gave it edges. The man stopped 3 steps in front of me. He was maybe in his early 40s. Narrow, alert, with hands that looked like rope work. Fine salt dust sat on his coat. He spoke a sentence I took for German in the first second and lost in the second. A few words sounded familiar, but the endings tilted as if someone had shifted the language half a beat off. I raised both hands slowly, so he saw I was not reaching for anything. Then I said calmly that I did not understand him and did not want trouble. He frowned, repeated part of what he had said, and pointed to the wall behind me, then to the planks under my feet. When I did not react, something hardened in his expression, not hatred. More the expectation that I was breaking a known rule and ought to know better. 2 more people came over a side bridge from the left, a woman in a short jacket and a young man with a crate on his shoulder. Both slowed when they saw me. The young man cursed under his breath, set the crate down, and stepped back as if I carried something invisible that should not come near supplies. I tried simple sentences, slow and with pauses. Name, no weapon, no theft, only orientation. At the word Berlin, the woman paused. She looked at the man, then back at me, as if I had not named a place, but a fault in procedure. She answered in the same slanted language mix, this time with one clear phrase in the middle. Tide District. I had seen that on metal signs along the canal, even if I could not read the rest. The man tapped 2 fingers against his wrist, then pointed at my chest. After that, he pointed to a row of embedded rails running across the pier, dark as smoked glass in the dusk. He repeated one short term, clearer this time: level law. I did not catch every detail, but the gesture was unmistakable. Those rails marked a boundary, and I was standing on the wrong side of it. I nodded, stepped back half a pace, and stayed behind the rail line. The tension in their shoulders eased at once, only a little but measurable. The young man picked up his crate again, still keeping distance. The woman signaled in short movements that I should wait there. Then she left, without taking her eyes off the group. The next minutes dragged. Flat boats moved along the canals, through dark water. Several passers-by gave me the same assessing look. Not curious, calculating, as if every unknown person had to fit into a tight equation. An old man at the edge of a warehouse raised a hand to his brow, looked toward the wall with the glass line, then disappeared behind a door. I tested my radio without drawing attention. Only static. A short tone cut through, like half a breath, then nothing again. The clock on my phone jumped forward and back, with no signal, no direction. I put both devices away before anyone thought I was measuring the district. The woman returned with two others. One wore an armband, with a narrow emblem I had seen on several crates. Not military, more like hard-edged administration. They stopped before the rail and began questioning me. I caught fragments: origin, purpose, access, pledge. I froze on the last word. Pledge I knew. I said I had no pledge to give, only tools and notes. That triggered immediate resistance. The man with the armband spoke longer, calm, but with no room to negotiate, and pointed several times at my forehead and then at the wall. Then I understood the rule behind their expressions. Anyone entering the district through a threshold counted as a burden until a memory value was deposited. Not money, not an ID, memory. A brief cold moved through me, though the air was mild. This city did not only trade goods, it accounted for people. I set my field notebook on the plank between us, open to the page with shaft measurements, and pointed to the seam sketch, then to the glass line in the wall. I searched for the simplest words that might carry: fault, crossing, not planned, return route lost. The woman leaned forward. She could not read the writing, but she recognized the drawing. Her gaze shifted to the man with the armband. For a moment, they argued quietly, short and clipped, no broad gestures. Then she pointed at me, then at a house with blue window frames at the end of the pier, and then back to the rail line. I could go there, and only there. The man with the armband added something I did not understand at first. Then, slowly, he placed one German word at the end. Hard and clear, toleration, limited, revocable, purpose-bound. I nodded, because any other reaction would have been wrong. The woman stepped aside and opened the way without turning her back to me. I picked up my notebook, shouldered my pack, and walked at the pace they set. The house with the blue frames stood on stilts over the water. Inside, it smelled of dry nets, tea, and damp wood. In a front room, an older clerk sat at a long table and kept lists on narrow tablets. He said nothing to me. He took my name as best he could, marked a symbol beside it, and slid a small metal token across the table with the same emblem stamped into it. The woman pointed first to the token, then to the yard door, then finally to the sky, already darkening. I understood enough. I could remain in the Tide District until morning. After that, I had to report again or leave the area, if leaving was possible at all. When she left, the man from the pier stayed in the doorway for one moment longer. He did not look at me like a threat now, but like a task no one wanted. Then he pulled the door shut. I sat down on the edge of a bench, set my helmet beside me, and forced my breathing into a steady rhythm. My hands started shaking only when no one was looking. I was not welcome. But for now I was not abandoned either. I had limited toleration in a city that managed memory the way others managed water. That was too little for safety, and just enough for one more step. By morning, the yard smelled of rain, though not a single drop had fallen. I sat on the bench under the narrow awning with a metal token in my hand and listened as the first voices started up inside the house. The clerk shifted tablets, crossed out names, added new marks beside them. When I asked him about the man from the pier, I got only a brief nod toward the door and one word: Gavin. Gavin Hale came out of the side corridor soon after, collar still wet from the night, and a look that held no spare time. He spoke slowly, pointed to himself, then to me, then to the rails outside. I caught the core. Come, keep the boundary. Do not argue. I followed him 2 piers deeper into the Tide District, to where the air tasted of algae and hot metal at once. At the end of the 3rd pier, a crowd had gathered around a low structure. It looked like a pump house, but instead of motor noise, I heard only a dry clicking at irregular intervals. Children stood between the planks with buckets. Adults with locked shoulders and quiet faces. Nobody argued out loud. Everyone waited. Gavin pointed to a wide channel where the water sat unusually sluggish. Then he pointed to a narrow shaft with a glass plate over it. Beneath the plate, a pale light flickered, as if something down there were breathing too weakly. He repeated one word until I could hold it: storage well. I crouched and inspected the housing. The brackets were old but maintained. 2 fittings had play. One seam held a fresh salt line. Technically, it was no mystery why throughput was failing. The mystery was the light under the glass, and the way people looked at it. Not like a machine, more like an injured person. A woman with a gray scarf stepped beside Gavin and spoke to him fast. He answered briefly, then looked at me as if checking whether I would stay upright when I understood the next part. He drew a clean sequence in the air. With his hand, water drops, district dries, supplies fail. Then he pointed at his forehead and at the shaft. I said slowly that I could secure the fittings. Nothing more. He nodded, but his nod meant no. Mechanical repair would buy time, not restore flow. The storage, well needed, something else. Memory. The clerk from the house had arrived by then and set a flat metal bowl on the edge of the housing. People stepped back, as if that opened a silent procedure. Gavin took off his coat, placed his hand on the shaft rim, and closed his eyes for a moment. Nobody spoke. Only the dry clicking in water hitting stone somewhere below. Then the light under the glass began to brighten. It was not dramatic. No strike. No flash. More like a lamp being opened slowly in a dark room. The clicking inside the structure settled into a regular pattern. Water in the channel rose by finger width, then by a hand. Several people breathed out at once. Gavin stayed standing even as others were already moving. When he took his hand off the shaft, he swayed slightly. I stepped in, caught his elbow, and then I saw it. His eyes stopped on my face without fully finding me. He did not say my name. He did not say the name of the woman standing beside us, looking straight at him. Instead, he asked her quietly if she was new in the district. She did not answer at once. Her expression held, but the skin around her eyes went white. At last, she said only that we would talk later. Then she turned away and helped distribute buckets, as if nothing had happened. I guided Gavin to a low crate against the wall and gave him water from my bottle. He drank, nodded thanks, and asked whether we knew each other from the archive. His voice was calm, almost polite. No panic. That made it worse. I understood the price of this city then, not as a rule on a sign, but as a gap in a person's gaze. The storage well was running again. The district had water for the day, and Gavin had lost something that would not return through bookkeeping. When the clerk later picked up the metal bowl, I saw a fresh notch on its rim, small and clean. Maybe a mark for memory paid, maybe only accounting. I wanted to ask, and did not. On the way back to the house with blue frames, I walked slower than I had in the morning. My toleration was still valid. My pack was still with me. My route for the next hours still intact. Even so, every step felt narrower than it had at night. Until that morning, I had thought I only needed to find a way home. After that morning, I knew that as long as I remained in Nara, I also had to decide whose loss I was willing to accept for it. The district looked calmer since the storage well had come back online, but it was a narrow-edged calm. People moved faster across the planks than yesterday, and every time someone passed the shaft rail, their eyes slid toward Gavin as if they had to check whether the price was still visible. He carried the work as he always did, except that at each crossing he needed a second longer before his gaze found the correct route. I stayed close without guiding him. He would have read help as humiliation. At the edge of the third bridge, the administrator from yesterday's yard was already waiting. Sarah Dane stood with her arms crossed in front of a wooden board filled with tally marks. She said my name once, then pushed a thin metal map across the table. Canals and valve symbols were etched into it, plus one marked node at the west quay. I understood the task without a long briefing. The emergency fix at the storage well kept the Tide District supplied, but it was pulling pressure from a neighboring line. If we changed nothing at the west quay, their supply would fail by evening. The route led us over narrow walkways to a chamber beneath a warehouse, half engineering, half ritual space. At the center stood a distribution block with 3 feeds. Above it, glass tubes showed water rising and falling in uneven pulses. Sarah called the unit a diversion chamber. New term, old logic. Move load without breaking the whole net. I crouched, checked seals, and read the clamp positions. The left feed had been overdriven, probably during the night when the district almost ran dry at the well. Mechanically, I could reset the clamp and clean the channel. What I could not do was create missing flow from nothing. The chamber needed a second impulse from the West Quay siphon, and nobody there wanted to release it. Sarah allowed no debate. She laid out the sequence in short lines, more to Gavin than to me. I set the patch at the clamp. Gavin triggered the siphon impulse, and we held the load curve below the red mark. If it climbed above, the tide district would drop back into undersupply. If it stayed below, West Quay would. I set the tool, took tension off the fractured guide, and pulled the clamp into its new seat. Metal struck metal in one hard sound. Then the rail locked. At the same time, Gavin signaled release at the other end. In the glass tubes, the level climbed. Steady at first, then too fast. I called the value. He cut back. The curve settled, barely under the threshold. For one moment, it looked as if we had held both districts. Then the middle tube started falling again, slowly but unmistakably. Not here. At West Quay. A runner came over the plank out of breath, spoke to Sarah, and pointed south. I caught only fragments, enough for the core. Lines there were running dry, and several houses were down to hourly water. We had stabilized the tide district and shifted the burden onto the neighbors. No one applauded and no one shouted. The silence was worse. Sarah crossed out one entry on her board and wrote a new one beside it. Gavin leaned on the rail and looked not at me but at the tubes, as if counting through an equation where people appeared as values. On the way back to the yard, two men with armbands waited at the entrance. The older one held out a small token, not as an award, but as a designation. One side carried the access symbol. The other had a narrow, dark stripe. Gavin explained it in one sentence, though I already understood. Useful, but under watch. I did not take it at once. I wanted to refuse, because it smelled like possession. Sarah said that without this mark, I would not reach any chamber on the next failure. She added that when the next outage hit, the district would not protect anyone who carried no affiliation. I pocketed the token, because the alternative was worse. By evening, I sat again beneath the awning by the house with blue frames. Water in the tide district was stable. From the south came a dull noise over the canals. Not a riot, more the hard sound of buckets striking stone. I turned the new token in my hand and felt my role shift. Yesterday, I was stranded with temporary toleration. Today, I was a variable force inside the system, a tool that helps and displaces harm. I still did not know which part was more dangerous. Night did not make the tide district quieter, only sharper. Every step on the planks sounded like a decision someone would have to pay for later. I walked with Gavin along the south line, where the lamps stood farther apart and the water between the pylons looked black. From the West Quay came a muted hammering over the canals, as if someone had spent too long forcing a sealed valve. Since the diversion chamber, I wore the new token openly on my coat. People made room for me, but no one pretended it was kindness. In Nira, useful and dangerous were not opposites. They were an administrative grade. Gavin spoke little. He kept his eyes on the gauge marks on each bridge support and counted under his breath whenever we passed a staff. At South Node House, a group was already waiting. 2 foremen, 1 scribe, and 3 residents from West Quay. The scribe laid tablets on a table and traced columns I could mostly parse by now without reading every sign. Inflow, minimum level, release. 1 West Quay man, broad-shouldered with split knuckles, pointed first at me and then at Gavin, and spoke loud enough for everyone along the rail to hear. I understood only fragments, but the direction was clear. They blamed us for their dry branch and demanded immediate load return from the tide district. The foreman answered in the same volume, only colder. If they switched now, the well here would fall below minimum again within hours. Gavin stepped between them, raised both hands, and tried to walk through the sequence. His wording was precise, but the noise swallowed it. When the West Quay man moved one step forward, the second foreman lifted his hook staff by reflex. No strike, just the threat of one. The room narrowed. I pulled the diversion map from my pocket and laid it flat on the table. I pointed to the 3 main lines, then to the West Quay siphon, then to the reserve chamber marked as maintenance branch. Yesterday, I had dismissed it as unusable because of the cracked seal. Tonight, it was our only chance to share pressure without dropping one district dry at once. The foreman objected immediately. The reserve chamber had been locked for months after it kicked back during the last surge. Gavin held my gaze for a long second, measuring, not convinced. I gave him the shortest workable version. No full opening. Only a limited night corridor with manual control in 3 intervals. We would not solve the flow, only distribute it until morning could stabilize the primary line. The West Quay man gave one hard laugh and said something I could not parse, but the gesture needed no translation. If we stalled them again, they would return with people and seal the south walkways. No negotiation, pressure only. Gavin took the map from my hand, drew 3 marks on the reserve line in chalk, and wrote times beside them. Then he looked first at the foreman, and then at the West Quay man, and spoke one sentence, slow and final. The scribe copied it to her tablet. I did not need a full translation to get the core. Limited night accord, shared risk, shared breach clause. Within the hour, we were at the reserve chamber. The seal was worse than I had hoped, but not dead. I cleaned the seat, packed fresh hemp under the ring, and tightened the bolts in small increments while Gavin held back pressure at the upper valve. In the first interval, the line vibrated like an animal fighting the grip. In the second, the curve stayed below red. In the third, it stabilized just enough to carry both sides through the night. When it was done, we stood on the narrow service plank, with our hands black from metal dust, and the voices behind us still rough. It was not trust. It was an alliance built from fear of the larger failure. Gavin handed back the chalk he had used. Quietly, he said that from now on everyone in the district would see whose mark he followed at night. Then he asked whether I would return for the second check in 3 hours. I said yes before I had time to think. That turned toleration into something else. Not home, not peace, but a line that held as long as both of us kept the gauge above collapse together. Sarah does not leave us waiting at the court. As soon as the second night check at the reserve chamber is over, she sends Gavin and me across the north walkway to the archive house. Morning still hangs gray above the canals, and the planks under our feet are damp with spray. Gavin walks faster than usual, though the fatigue shows on him. He speaks to me only once, short and without eye contact. In the archive, I am not to improvise, only answer questions and promise nothing I cannot keep. The archive house sits lower than the other buildings, half sunk into the old quay. It has no windows on the water side, only narrow slits high under the roof. At the door, a clerk sits at a desk and keeps tally marks as if every breath in the city were already split into columns. When she sees my token, she pauses, pulls out a second board from under the table, and sets a red ink mark beside my name. We are led into a long room with walls full of narrow capsules. Each capsule carries a sign, and below it, a line of names, places, dates. Not all of it is writing, I know, but the principle is clear enough. This is not storage. It is an order that decides who may remember and who may not. Sarah waits at the end of the room, beside a table of dark stone. Next to her lies a flat volume made of metal pages, linked by wire hinges. On the cover is a term I can read by now: Register of Names. She explains calmly, almost politely, why I am here, what happened at the well, and the diversion chamber has made me visible in the district. In Nira, visibility brings neither protection nor trust. It brings files. If I want access to information about the Mirror Bridge, I must be entered in the register. Without an entry, I get route marks and prohibitions. With an entry, I get partial access. Never all of it. I ask what an entry costs. Sarah does not look at me, but at Gavin, as if checking whether he will stay where he is. Then she says the word I have heard for days in other contexts, this time without detour: favor. The political price is simple and ugly. In the next allocation round, I am to testify as a technical witness for the Tide District, not neutral, but clearly on Sarah's line. In return, she opens a limited view into the Old Bridge records today. No copies, no notes taken away from this table, no questions about restricted pages. Gavin objects, quietly but clearly. He says I am no council member and carry no debt from old district fights. Sarah lets him finish, then answers with a sentence that sounds like a hinge. Anyone who walks between worlds carries debt, even if it does not yet have a name. I feel the room narrow, not because of volume, but because of direction. If I refuse, I stay blind. If I agree, I bind myself to a faction before I even understand how deep this conflict runs. I think of Berlin, of the workshop, of my mother, whom I cannot afford to lose further into a gap. I think of West Quay, of buckets on stone, of people who paid for our emergency patch with thirst. Pure independence is a convenient story here for people with secure reserves. I agree under one condition. In council, I speak only what I have personally seen and verified. No invented values, no accusations on command. Sarah nods at once, almost too fast. She needs my voice, not my loyalty. Not yet. The clerk records the entry. No ritual, only administration. She presses my metal token into a notch in the table, scores a second line on the back, and slides it back to me. The new stroke is thinner than the first. Later in the corridor, Gavin calls it a debt band. New term, old function. A visible sign that services are exchanged for obligations. Then, Sarah opens the register of names to a page that smells of salt and metal dust. She points to a run of entries on threshold sites, transition weather, and maintenance windows of the Mirror Bridge. Much is shortened or blacked out, but one detail is clear enough to quiet me. The bridge responds not only to material and place, but to bound family lines. The name Vaughn appears there twice, in 2 different time columns. I ask who carries the second entry. Sarah says that page is not part of my access today. She closes the volume before I can read more. I get nothing else, but I get enough to know my story here did not begin by chance. By the time we leave the archive, the sky over Nera has brightened. The first distribution carts are already moving along the walkways. Gavin walks beside me without looking over. After a few steps, he says a debt band is not only an administrative mark, it makes a person predictable to allies and to opponents. I answer that I am predictable anyway, as long as I am looking for a way back. He shakes his head and says the way back is no longer my only lever. On the way back to the Tide District, my token feels heavier in my pocket than it did yesterday. I have partial information on the bridge. I have a new thread to my family. And I have bound myself visibly to a political line that will drop me at the first costly mistake. In Nera, knowledge is never free. It always comes with direction. The road to the threshold does not begin with courage, but with an appointment. Sarah sends a brief note through the clerk. Maintenance window in the north shaft. Short opening, 1 passage only, and return mark required before timeout. No comfort, no promise of safety, only a time frame. That is how favors work here. Gavin accompanies me to the old wall line at the edge of the archive tunnel. He walks in silence, counting support markings as we go and checking the level gauge at 3 points, as if one wrong number could close the crossing at once. I hold the metal token with the new debt band in my hand. The narrow stroke is small, but it pulls everything in one direction. At the threshold stands Thomas Rake with 2 workers. He nods to me, not friendly, more factual. I have heard his name for days. Now I see the man behind it for the first time. Broad shoulders, oil-dark fingers, precise movements. He points to the glass seam, which today does not lie smooth in the wall, but vibrates in fine pulses. Thomas explains in short lines so I can catch every word. The window stays open only while the reserve chamber in the north branch holds a narrow pressure corridor. The moment the curve jumps, the seam shuts. No second attempt this shift. I ask how long the corridor holds. He raises 2 fingers, lowers one, and then says in German only 1 word. Maybe. That is all I get. I step to the edge of glass. The tunnel smells of wet stone, salt, and heated metal. For a moment, everything is still. Then the acoustics tilt, as if the space behind me were growing while the space ahead of me narrows. I press my palm to the cold surface, set my foot forward, and walk. The crossing is shorter than the first time, but harder. For half a breath, it feels as if my body is pulled in 2 directions. Then I am back in the decommissioned shaft in Berlin. The light is different, dry and dusty, without Nera's salt haze. I hear a distant city hum, a train on an active line, a siren somewhere above. Everything sounds familiar, and yet shifted too far away, as if someone laid a thin layer between me and the world. I climb through the maintenance passage, step outside, and blink into a gray afternoon. Several messages jump onto my phone. Time has moved on, but not as far as I feared. I do not read everything. I want to see my mother first. The trip to Elise takes too long. Every stop feels like a test I cannot influence. At her door, I notice how tightly I am still gripping the token in my coat pocket. I push it deeper, breathe out, and ring. Elise opens on the second tone. She's wearing the old knit sweater she always puts on when she works at home. She looks tired but healthy. When she sees me, she smiles for a moment, warm and real. For one beat, the pressure falls away. Then she says, "I have not called in a long while." I answer that I was with her just yesterday, with a Nordring folder, and that we argued in the kitchen about the crack in the tile field. Elise blinks as if searching a shelf for a binder that is no longer there. She lets me in, puts water on, and asks about my project, as if this were a normal visit after a normal week. I try again, more carefully. I mention the blue-rimmed plate she dropped while washing up. I repeat the line she said afterward, almost word for word, because that line kept me steady in the shaft. If you insist on climbing into ruins, at least take someone with you. Elise looks at me, kind but empty at that point. She remembers the plate, not the sentence, and not the argument about the shaft at all. The room turns cold. Although the heat is on, I sit at the kitchen table and watch her pour tea with the same motions as always. No dramatic collapse, no obvious failure. Just a clean gap exactly where Nira has cut into our life. Selective, precise, cruelly calm. Elise tells me about a call from building management and about the neighbor on the third floor who misplaced her keys. All normal, all nameable. When I ask whether she has noticed anything strange in recent days, she frowns and says she has been sleeping worse for weeks. Nothing more. I barely answer now. I listen and feel my old goal shift. Until now, return was a question of place and route. Now, it is a question of downstream damage. Before I leave, I reset the kitchen water filter for her. A pointless little task, but I need something I can repair. At goodbye, Elise puts a hand on my arm and says I should not lose myself in work. There is care in her eyes, but not the memory of the conversation I tried to save. Outside, I stop under an awning and force myself to frame the situation like a field report. First, the feedback effect is real and already reaches Berlin at everyday scale. Second, the losses do not come as chaos, but as precise deletion. Third, every further movement across the bridge raises the risk for the people I am trying to protect. I do not go back to the workshop. I go straight to the shaft. The return to Nara is harder than the trip out. Not physically, ethically. By the time I reach the glass seam again, Thomas and the other two are already working against a falling level. Gavin waits at the edge of the marker line, hands on the rail, eyes fixed on the pressure tube. When he sees me, he does not ask about Berlin. He reads the answer in my face. I step through before the window closes. Behind me, the seam collapses into a smooth wall that looks as if it was never open. Gavin leads me into a side room off the archive tunnel where the pump noise is only a dull thud. I tell him what happened, briefly. No large words, only facts. My mother is alive, oriented, functioning. But one central shared event is gone, as if someone cut it out of the weave with a steady hand. Gavin listens without interrupting. Then he says Nara has always claimed feedback effects are regrettable but rare. His expression says something else. We have both reached the point where that claim no longer holds. I ask if this is connected to the second fawn entry. He shakes his head. We do not have enough data, and here data always costs someone. But he also says selective gaps often appear where two administrative lines access the same name at once. No new term is needed. The meaning is enough. When we leave the room, the district is entering the next allocation round. Boards are being switched over the walkways. Clerks are setting fresh marks, and everywhere people move with the same trained urgency, as if scarcity were a clock that never stops. I stand between the lines and know now that I am no longer moving between two worlds as if between two places. I carry a chain of consequences back and forth. Until now, I mostly wanted to return. Now I want to stop home from thinning out, while I buy knowledge here. It is not a clean goal, but it is the first one true enough to work on. After returning from Berlin, I spend the morning clinging to work that never argues back. Gavin and I walk the marks at the reserve chamber, check bolts, count the seconds between two pressure hits, and write values on a slate I wipe clean right after. It helps only briefly. Behind every number now stands my mother's face, warm and whole, with one clean-cut gap in the wrong place. Just before noon, Sarah sends a short note to the Node House. I am to come to the archive alone. No reason given. Only a time window and an instruction to bring my token with both lines visible. Gavin reads over my shoulder, says nothing, and only places the dry chalk in my hand that we used on the reserve line during the night. A quiet gesture, but I understand it. Stay on what can be verified. The archive smells more of metal dust than salt today. At the entrance, the clerk takes my token, sets it into a notch, and leads me not to the long capsule hall from last time, but to a narrow side room without windows. A slim folder lies on the table, dark gray fiber on the cover. A new term is written along the edge, lineage file. Sarah comes straight to the point. The Consortium Council has ordered a pre-review before the next allocation round. Because of the current pressure crisis and because of my transition status, they want to determine whether my family name appears only as record residue or as an active bridge binding. She says it in the tone of an administrative notice. In every word I hear, an attempt to translate guilt into a technical category. I answer that I entered no binding voluntarily. Sarah replies that in NERA, there are no voluntary bindings, only documented ones and undocumented ones. Then she slides the folder toward me and lets me read. The pages are old, revised many times, with notes from different years in different hands. 2 entries carry the name Vaughn. The first is my current register mark. The second comes from an older cycle, long before I ever appeared in NERA. The listed bearer is not an empty code and not an unknown signature. It is a name I know, Elise Vaughn. For one moment, the acoustics in the room tilt, as if I am back at the threshold again. I read the line several times, check the date, the script, the correction marks. It stays the same. Below it, the file says the binding runs through what is called a maternal line, and was later marked dormant because the counter anchor in Berlin went out of service. Dormant here does not mean ended, only not currently triggered. I ask Sarah whether she is sure this is the same person. She takes a second page from the folder, an older transition note with a Berlin location marker that matches exactly the shaft where I found the mirror seam. She says today's clearance goes no further, but this is enough for the council to merge my cases. Technical witness, transition bearer, descendant of a dormant binding. Now I understand why my neutral work has been only tolerated for days. I was never an external specialist who happened to fall into a crisis. I was a data record attached to an old line from the beginning. Every decision I make can be read as family continuation, whether I want that or not. I do not return the folder immediately. I think of my mother in the kitchen, tea on the table, one missing sentence. If Elise was part of this mechanism before, then the gap is not only a consequence of my crossings. It may also be delayed burden from an agreement no one says out loud anymore. The thought does not make me clearer. It makes me responsible without showing me the full invoice. Sarah watches me without pressing. She speaks again, only after I reorder the pages. The council will decide tonight whether my next testimony is treated as neutral report or as interested declaration. If I deny the lineage file, I lose archive access. If I acknowledge it, I lose the last remains of my role as unbound observer. I ask which option is most likely to limit damage in Berlin. Sarah does not answer at once. Then she says the council does not ask that question. It asks only the question of stability in Nira. I feel the answer pass through me coldly, not because it is new, but because now I believe it completely. When I leave the archive, Gavin is waiting at the end of the pier. I give him only the core. The second entry belongs to my mother, and that means the bridge is no longer only my problem, but part of my origin. Gavin asks for no details. He looks at the 2 lines on my token and gives one heavy nod. We walk back together to the reserve chamber, because by afternoon, the next load spike arrives and water still has to move through the lines. While we check values, I feel my objective shift again. I can no longer pretend I am mediating between 2 systems. I am part of the mechanism I am trying to contain. By evening, I carry the chalk again, not as protection, more as a reminder of one simple rule. If I am bound already, then at least I must disclose which line I stand on and what price it creates in both worlds. My neutral observer image is gone. What remains is a harder form of responsibility. The morning after the lineage file, a new tone hangs over the Tide District, one I have never heard before. Not louder, just emptier. Usual sounds are there. Water on wood, hooks against metal, voices from the courtyards. But between them lies a gap, as if every sentence is spoken while holding breath. Gavin calls it echo withdrawal later, when the council puts transitions under watch. People speak only as much as they can defend in writing. I start the day at the reserve chamber because numbers still give me footing. The night curve held. Pressure drop stayed below the red mark. The south line is stable. Even so, a new board stands at Node House. Fresh paint, 3 lines in red ink. Transit corridors now open only with council clearance. Transition bearers with family binding
must register twice at control points. The north corridor to the archive channel remains in review status until further notice.
The North Corridor was our quiet route between district and archive. Never safe, but predictable. Narrow walkways, blind corners, 2 maintenance gates, fixed guard rhythm. If I had to see Sarah or compare shaft values with Thomas Rake, we used it because we knew the flow. Now, a consortium guard unit stands by the board, and beside the armbanded officers sits a dark wooden case with 2 glass tubes, measurement gear. No new term needed. It is a filter for people.
Gavin comes from the south lane, chalk dust still on his fingers, and reads the lines without comment. Only when the clerk calls both our names and hooks my token into her board does he say quietly that we still have to reach the archive today. Without the north values from Thomas Rake's shaft protocol, we cannot secure the next allocation round. Without a secured round, West Quay drops back into dry run by evening. I ask for an alternate path. Gavin lists it like a bad invoice. Across the open market walkway, through Council Court, past main storage, longer, full of eyes, full of political control. Every stop a place where someone can build an accusation out of my movement. The North Corridor is the only path where we can separate work from symbolism.
We still go first to the North Gate, because tasks come before posture. The entrance is narrower than before. New black lacquer mark on the left, a name list on the right that should not be hanging in public. I see my name between 2 lines, above it an abbreviation for maternal binding. The watch lead does not let me onto the walkway before the clerk prepares the glass tube case. She calls it echo screening. Officially, it checks only whether a transition bearer stood at an active threshold in the previous window. I stood at a threshold yesterday, for Berlin. The clerk asks for no speeches, only sequence. Name, district, last transition, corridor objective. I answer briefly. The watch lead writes without looking up. When I say archive channel, technical clearance data, he asks for the council request number. The number sits with Sarah, not with me. Until now, that was enough. Not today. Gavin tries to classify the situation as acute infrastructure work. The South Line is only transitional stable. The reserve chamber needs corrected interval logic by noon. To do that, we must speak to Thomas. The watch lead listens, even nods, then gives the sentence that divides the day in 2. Infrastructure work is prioritized. Transition bearers with lineage flag are not. The logic is cold and clean. Work is recognized. I am not.
We step back a few paces. I want to switch to the open market route immediately before the morning is lost. Gavin catches my sleeve at the rail and makes me watch the control point rhythm. Every 5 minutes, the clerk rotates the list. Every 10 minutes, the glass case is recalibrated. Every rejection creates an entry. With enough entries, the council can read any movement as a pattern later. If I run from gate to gate now, I write their argument for them. So we do not move on directly. We go to Sarah first. The air in the archive forecourt is dry as paper. Sarah receives us in a side passage, not in the register room. She looks tired but precise. I give her the core without detour. North corridor blocked, echo screening active, entry only with council number, which I do not have. Gavin adds the technical window. 6 to 7 more hours of stable reserve at most, then hard pressure jump risk. Sarah answers not with comfort, but with a decision frame. Overnight, The council passed a new transit directive after the pre-review of my lineage file. Every one of my district crossings now counts as potential political transport, even if I carry only measurements. She can issue me a temporary council number, but for one passage only, and with mandatory escort oversight. On return, the number expires. One way, no way back. For a technical workday, almost useless.
I ask whether she can mark the North Corridor as emergency route. Sarah says she tried. The council wants an example precisely on that route because documentation there was previously too thin. Whoever wants to display control closes the quiet paths first. She still hands me the temporary number on a thin metal card. I take it because I have no better option. Gavin checks the imprint, counts the characters, says it is valid. Then he asks who will escort us. Sarah gives no name. She says only that oversight is already on the way. When we return to the North Gate, a single council observer in a gray coat is waiting there. No tools, no visible weapon. That makes him worse. He writes nothing. He remembers. The clerk hooks my token again, feeds the council card into the case, and opens the gate with a slide bar normally moved only at shift change. The corridor is the same as yesterday, and not the same at all. New resonance plates of thin metal hang on both sides, giving different tones with each step. The observer does not explain what they do. I do not need to know to understand. The route listens now. We reach the archive channel without incident and collect the North values from Thomas. He is terser than usual, presses the slate into my hands, says only that threshold curve behavior has turned rough since night. 2 short spikes, no full opening event, but close enough to make controllers nervous. If the council sees one more spike today, they will close the North Corridor completely. I ask whether the spikes come from the reserve chamber. Thomas shakes his head. More likely from the bridge side itself, from core access we cannot see. That is information and threat in one breath. With the values in hand, we head back to the gate. A second guard unit is already there. Before I can ask, the clerk reads the new order aloud. Due to an unconfirmed echo event in the core sector, the North Corridor is closed pending renewed review. All temporary numbers lose validity immediately. Transition bearers with lineage flag may enter only by council resolution and double oversight. I show the card. The watch lead shakes his head. Issued before lock level. Invalid. Gavin argues supply urgency. We need direct return to implement interval control in time. The gray coat observer answers him without heat. Infrastructure work can run via the main route. If that takes longer, it is an operational district problem, not grounds to soften directive. That settles it. We take the open route through council court. Every step costs time. Every glance costs composure. On Market Walkway, no one speaks to me directly, but I watch my name move board to board as we pass. In the main storage yard, we wait in line despite carrying work data. A clerk adds a suffix next to my token mark. Transit under observation. Route changed. Dry wording, judicial sound. By the time we reach reserve chamber, level is already near the upper edge. We still make the switch in time, tight intervals, a lot of manual handling. West Quay does not run dry. Tide District remains stable. Technically, the day is a success. Politically, we still lose. At dusk, Gavin and I sit on the narrow maintenance walkway behind Node House. North values spread on the slate between us. Wind pushes cold air out of the channels into the seams of my jacket. Gavin draws tomorrow's route in chalk. Main way, council court, storage yard, archive. Longer, louder, more fragile. The old north corridor stays gray, no time window attached. I look at the line and feel my room to move in era changing. Not through walls, through protocol. The safe path between districts is gone. What remains is a route where every movement of mine is publicly read and politically priced. I ask Gavin whether we can win the North Corridor back. He answers only after a long pause, not while the council can profit from my lineage file, not while every core spike serves as pretext, and not while we keep stabilizing their supply with our data without demanding a cost for control. The answer is hard, but usable. I can work with usable. Before we leave, I write the final value of the day on the slate and add one line for myself. If the quiet road is closed, I must use the loud road in a way that exposes the council, not only binds me. Not a victory, only the new state of play. The main route to the archive is already crowded in the morning, before the first allocation board is even turned over. Gavin and I go only as far as the fork by the storage yard. Then he breaks away because two valves are sticking at the tide node. We do not say the plan aloud. He takes the technical side. I take the walk through the places where people make decisions out of need that no one can truly undo later. Sarah wrote a new route onto my metal map the night before. A narrow line between Council Court and the Old Canal. No official name. Only a note. Borrowed rooms. Access for lineage-bound carriers after review. I do not ask why she wants me there. Since the North Corridor was locked, every invitation has been either help or a test. Usually both. The borrowed rooms lie beneath an old warehouse, lower than the market walkway, where the air smells of wet wood and cold oil. There is no guard in uniform at the entrance, only a clerk with a calm voice and a board with names in 2 columns, given and borrowed. Next to each name is a period of time. Next to each period, a price. I stand still until the clerk calls me forward. She checks my mark, sees the added note about lineage binding, and points me to a bench. From there, I can see 3 small booths with half-height doors. People go in, come out again, and then steady themselves against the wall for a moment, as if their bodies have to settle into place once more. No one screams. No one falls. That makes it harder. A man in work clothes sits down beside me. He is maybe in his late 40s, with split skin across his hands and a coat who seems have been mended twice already. He introduces himself as Jared Pell, without asking who I am. Apparently, someone has already told him my name. Jared speaks in a level voice, as if he is explaining a repair order. His daughter needs medicine for the pressure fever surges that have been getting worse in West Quay since the last low-flow event. The apothecary dispenses only against stable marks. Stable marks come through regular work or through collateral. Work has become unreliable under the current closures. So he borrows out pieces of memory. I ask what exactly he borrows. He taps the given column with 2 fingers and says that today it is 1 summer from his childhood. 3 weeks by the edge of the South Mole
enough for 2 sets of medicine and half a month of water surcharge. He says it without pathos, as if he is selling a tool because there is nothing else left to sell. We are called into the review room together. Inside, there is only a table with a flat glass plate and 2 measuring rods that hum softly. The supervisor explains the rule. Voluntary contribution, limited term loan, return only after full repayment. Later, in the corridor, Jared tells me that in practice, this return almost never happens. People who live in shortage do not repay in a straight line. They only push the lack forward. I am not there to give anything up. I am there to observe and record for the council whether the borrowed rooms reduce pressure on the allocation nets. That is why Sarah sent me here. For numbers, not for conscience. When Jared puts his hand on the glass plate, his expression softens for one moment and then goes unfocused. The supervisor notes down a number that should not mean anything to me and still lodges in my body. A few minutes later, it is over. Jared rises, does not stagger, even gives me a brief smile, and asks whether I know the south route to the market. He says he cannot quite remember which way is shorter to the apothecary.
I know the way. I lead him up the stairs and stay beside him until we can see the apothecary sign. On the way, he tells me in short sentences about his daughter, her better days, and the fear of the nights. He never mentions the summer at the South Mole once. Not because he does not want to, because the thread is already thinning. At the apothecary door, he thanks me with a politeness too large for the moment. Then he asks whether we know each other from West Quay. I tell him no. He nods as if that is what he expected and goes inside. I remain under the awning and write down the findings on my slate, the way I was trained to do. First, the borrowed rooms provide short-term relief for water and medicine access in the outer districts. Second, the social burden is shifted out of infrastructure budgets and into private biographies. Third, return is formally possible, but for families living under continuous shortage, it is hardly attainable in practice. Those are useful sentences for a report. They are also too small for what I have just seen. In the afternoon, I bring my notes to Sarah. She reads them calmly, asks 2 follow-up questions about time windows and cost bands, and then sets the slate aside. For the council, she says, the decisive point is that operational pressure declines. Family after-effects are not something the council decides in this round. I ask in which round it does decide. Sarah does not answer directly. She only says that I need to decide what I will use my next witness vote for: a faster return route through special clearance, or a binding demand to limit loan burden in the outer districts. With my current lineage flag, she says, I will not get both. On the way back to the tide node, the wind is stronger. The boards along the market walkway strike against their hooks. Every column carries different numbers than in the morning, but the core remains the same. Anyone with few reserves pays with the future. Gavin is waiting by the reserve chamber with oil on his hands and a question in his face. I give him the short version. Borrowed rooms stabilize values. Families lose pieces no one adds back into the plan. He listens,
draws a new interval line for the night and says only that systems rarely break first where the curves say they will. When darkness comes, I sit behind the node house on the narrow maintenance walkway and look at the two roads ahead of me tomorrow. One leads back toward the threshold, toward the hope of reducing the damage in Berlin faster by crossing less. The other leads deeper into Nera's administration, toward making the price of stability visible and forcing it to narrow. Until now, I have treated the return route as my primary goal and responsibility as a secondary effect. After Jared and the borrowed rooms, that order no longer holds. I still want to go home, but I no longer want to walk home by way of a system that takes memory out of other people's hands. That has not made my aim simpler, only more honest. In the morning, the Tide district looks orderly, but only from a distance. Up close, I can see the small fractures everywhere. Boards with new priorities, shortened windows, extra signatures beside older rules. No one calls it a state of exception. Everyone treats it as a normal working day that has simply narrowed one notch more than the last. Gavin is already waiting at the reserve chamber. He has written the night values onto a metal plate and marked the critical points in chalk. The curve is stable enough for the morning, but not clean. Two short spikes are coming out of the core sector, not out of our net. Exactly there, where the council has been most nervous since the north corridor was sealed. I lay out the route for the day in front of him. Council court for the witness round first, then the archive, then back to interval control. Gavin reads the order, taps the second stop, and says I will not get the archive step without a clear price. For days now, the council has given access only if it can take something in return. Knowledge for cost. When I reach council court, the allocation boards are still set to the early shift. Sarah is already standing in the side room, her eyes on a slim dossier. She looks focused, not hurried. I give her my short report on the borrowed rooms. She reads the 3 core points, nods once, and sets the page with the other papers. Then comes the sentence she called me in to hear. If I want a limited opening to core access today, I need a special number from Lineage Administration. That number is released only if I deposit a second key. Not metal, not data, but a personal safeguard. A verified biographical certainty that can be set to dormant in the register. I ask what set to dormant means in practice. Sarah answers in a level tone. The certainty remains as a record, but in everyday life, I will no longer be able to reach it while the safeguard is active. Not a full loss, more like a locked drawer, with no guaranteed date of return. The council calls that reversible. In Nera, reversible usually means theoretical. I ask why the council wants exactly that form. Sarah says that since the last core disturbance, transitions with family binding are opened only against symmetrical liability. If I want access to a critical line, I have to deposit a personal anchor of equal weight. Otherwise, she says, the risk is not politically defensible. It is a clean construction. Technical access is translated into moral debt and then sold back as administrative rule. Gavin joins us shortly before the witness round begins. When I tell him the condition, he goes silent. Then he asks
What certainty the council would accept from me? Sarah answers before I can form my own guess. Something tied directly to the Vaughn line and still verifiable from the outside. No vague memory images, but a clear biographical fixed point. At once, it is obvious where this leads. To Elise. To the last firm sentence, I can still assign to her with certainty. To the inward brace I have been working with ever since Chapter 1, that despite everything, she anchors me in the reality I came from.
I say, I will not agree before I know what I actually receive at Core Access. Sarah slides a second card across the table. 3 points are written on it. Viewing the drift board at the edge of the core, one comparison with the transition marks of the maternal line, and permission to take 2 measurements into the next allocation round. No copies, no free movement, no second pass. Not much, but enough to turn assumption into defensible work.
The witness round itself is brief and cold. I record that the borrowed rooms reduce pressure in the short term and deepen biographical after damage in the long term. 2 council votes dismiss that as socially secondary. One voice asks whether, despite lineage binding, I can offer a technical recommendation on core stability. I answer that I can, if access is not narrowed further through political locks. After that, there is only the decision about the second key. We do not go back into the large chamber. Sarah leads us into a narrow registration room with no windows. In the middle stands a low console with a glass field, and beside it, a reading rod for marks. A clerk checks my token, activates the special number, and waits for the certainty I am naming. I do not speak it right away. In my head, I sort through possible anchors as if I am sorting material samples. Work, apartment, workshop, shaft. All of it matters, but none of it carries the same binding force as the line to my mother. In the end, I name the sentence that has held me since the first return. If you are going to climb into ruins, take someone with you. The clerk asks me to confirm the context. I describe the evening in the kitchen, the cup of oversteeped tea, the argument about the shaft, the look in Elise's eyes when we parted. As I speak, the console brightens. It is not testing whether I am poetic. It is testing whether the anchor is distinct enough to be linked to the dormant Vaughn line. Release takes only a few seconds. Then, the clerk sets the record to safeguard and confirms the special number for exactly 1 core access. The intervention does not hurt at once. It feels more like the sudden absence of a sound I had just been hearing. I know the sentence exists. I even know it mattered. But I can no longer connect it inside myself to the same warmth it carried a minute ago. The certainty is still there in formal terms, yet the direct grasp of the lived feeling is gone. Gavin sees it before I say anything. He only asks whether we are moving on. I nod. Today, the path to the edge of the core runs through the loud main corridor, with an escort whose voice never wastes a word. Thomas is waiting for us at the last barrier. He checks the special number, frowns briefly at the time limit, and opens the gate. The core sector is cooler than the other zones.
The walls carry old markings in several layers, as if each generation added its own warning color over the last. Along the bridge side runs a narrow driftboard. That is what I am allowed to see.
What I find there is clear enough to shift everything. The latest spikes are not random. They follow a repeating pattern that sharpens whenever lineage administration draws on the same maternal anchors, while transitions are being released in fast mode. Which means the Council's political practice is intensifying the very instability it later uses to justify new restrictions. I compare the marks with Thomas, take the two permitted measurements, and confirm the positions on the board. No speculation, only verifiable points. For one moment, everything works the way it is supposed to work.
Then the special number drops back to 0. The escort points to the way out. There is no more time. When we leave the core sector, I am carrying a dry gain and a personal loss. I have defensible data that will let me argue in the next round against the automatic chain of lock and extraction. And I paid for it by giving up the certainty that tied me most directly to Elise from the inside. On the walkway behind the reserve chamber, Gavin and I sit down with a metal plate between us. He reads the two measurements, compares them to the night curve, and says they will let us make the next interval plan plausible against the Council. Then he looks at me longer than he usually does, and asks whether the price was worth it. I answer honestly, I do not know yet. I only know that the old protective sentence now sounds in me like a closed door. I remember the existence of the room behind it, but I cannot enter it just now. Even so, one thing has become clearer. The return route alone is no longer my measure. If I calculate only my own way home, then the Council gets to do the accounting for everyone else. With the core edge data, I can show for the first time that its rules are not only harsh, they are actively worsening the situation. That is why I gave the second key, not because I underestimate loss, because I do not want to carry it only as a private burden any longer. When the evening board is turned over, I note the day's finding in 3 sentences.
Core access confirms a reproducible drift pattern under multiple draws on maternal anchors. The current transition policy intensifies the instability it officially claims to fight. The price of defensible counter-evidence was a secured biographical certainty from my own line. I set the chalk down and look into the dark canal. The wind smells like rain. Tomorrow, the Council will read the values and pretend they are neutral. I will stand there and know what they cost. That is enough for today. Morning begins with a technical advantage that does not feel like an advantage. Gavin and I lay the 2 core values from the last round onto the interval board, recalculate the load windows, and for the first time in days, we see a curve that does not leap into the red at once. Technically, it is good. Politically, it is an invitation to bind ourselves tighter to the Council. Before we finish the 3rd cross-check, a clerk from the memory archive node arrives with a metal card in her hand. She gives it to me without an envelope and without a comment. On the front, there is only one line. Reservation protocol. Session on level 2. Attendance required. On the back is Sarah Dane's signature. Gavin reads the card, turns it once between his fingers, and hands it back. He says sessions like that
never mean information only. When the council puts something under reservation, freedom of movement is traded for predictability. I answer that, without formal inclusion, I cannot translate the core values into a binding limit for the borrowed rooms. He nods, but his gaze stays on the red marks on our board. The path to the archive runs along the open main corridor. Since the Nordring route was sealed, every step is visible, every pause logged. Today, 2 additional clerks stand at separate points, checking marks and writing down times. No one stops me. That does not make it easier. It only means the decision has already been made elsewhere. Sarah is not waiting in the large register hall, but in a narrow consultation space behind line administration. The table is bare, except for 3 sheets of paper and a small hourglass, which she flips as I sit down. She says the session officially lasts only 15 minutes. After that, the case file rolls automatically into the council record. I ask her to say, without detour, what the council wants. Sarah keeps her calm, clipped manner. The council accepts that my core values are solid and needed for the next allocation round. In return, I am to enter a temporary working pact with the archive. Officially, it is called Coordinated Transition Assistance. In practice, it means I gain access to more data and routes, but only inside a defined frame. That frame is written into the reservation protocol. She slides the first sheet toward me. The first lines look harmless. Time-limited clearance for additional transit windows, expanded access to core edge protocols, prioritized technical statement in the allocation round. Exactly what I have needed since Chapter 11 in order to do more than complain about the loan burden. Exactly what I have needed to set limits by rule. Then, I read the clauses on the second sheet. First clause. Every transit occurs with an escort mark from line administration. I am no longer allowed to move alone between nodes, archive, and the core edge. Second clause. All measurements I submit count as preliminary until council review and must not be shared outside the session chain. That hits Gavin and Thomas directly, the 2 people I have worked with openly so far. Third clause. In any documented conflict between district interest and council stability, my technical recommendation is to be filed as an indication, not a basis for action. In other words, I gain reach, but I do not gain the final decision. I set the sheet down and ask Sarah whether she understands that this third clause remains the political emergency brake the council can use to neutralize any inconvenient recommendation. Sarah does not deny it. She only says the council will grant no new transit clearance for a lineage-bound carrier without that clause. The protocol is not an offer of trust, but a control instrument with use value on both sides. If I sign it, I gain operating room. If I refuse, the locks remain as they are, and I lose the time window for the next round. I ask for an addendum. Core values that prove an immediate drift amplification through council measures must be treated as a prioritized warning in the same session, not pushed into the next cycle. Without that line, the council can send the drift data back into a holding loop again. Sarah takes in the proposal,
strikes one word, adds two others, and names the price at once. The addendum applies only if, for the protocol's duration, I refrain from independent Berlin transitions, except under explicit emergency clearance. She looks at me openly, almost with regret. She knows where it lands. I think of Elise, of the gap that is already there, and of the other gap I set into myself when I deposited the second key. A voluntary renunciation of transitions sounds like self-protection, but it is also another surrender of autonomy. Gavin is not in the room, but I hear his sentence from the morning. Freedom of movement for predictability. I take the third sheet. It contains the term 7 days, with automatic extension by another 7 if the council does not object. I demand a fixed end mark instead of silent extension. Sarah accepts after a brief check at the clerk's desk. We set 14 days with no automatism. After that, renegotiation or end. It is not a victory, is a railing. The hourglass runs out. Sarah points to the signature line and says the process will lapse otherwise, and the council will treat the North Seal as confirmed. I sign. The clerk immediately stamps the escort mark onto my card. It is thinner than the older line signs, but it changes everything. From now on, I am admitted into more rooms, and in more rooms, I am no longer alone. Within the same hour, Sarah and I step into the pre-round at the allocation board. For the first time since the seal, I am allowed to present the new core edge values officially, not as an oral aside at the margin. I explain the pattern in plain sentences. Multiple draws on maternal anchors plus fast clearances raise drift spikes. If the council wants relief, it has to throttle fast clearances and pace access. Two voices try to frame the statement as an isolated case. Sarah points to the new protocol and the warning addendum. The values must be handled in this round. No postponement. That is the moment I feel the use value of the pact in my body. Without my signature, my recommendation would have landed in the indication column again. At the same time, I feel the price. After the session, I want, as usual, to go with Gavin straight to the reserve node to check the night cadence. At the exit, the new oversight stops me and writes down destination, route, and expected duration. I name the node. She confirms the approved corridor. No detour over the old pier. No stop at the market archive. On the walkway, I see Gavin already waiting at the railing. I hold out the card so he can see the new mark. He does not read aloud. He does not need an explanation for the direction this is taking. We walk side by side to the node, but at each control point, I notice we are no longer working in the same mode. He remains my closest partner, and still, I am no longer allowed to share certain raw values until clearance. That evening, our conversation is more technical than usual. We plan the night intervals, fix 2 reserve windows, and mark an emergency curve in case the council does not reduce fast clearances as promised. Everything works. Nothing is relaxed. When we are done, Gavin stands with the chalk still in his hand and asks whether I see the protocol as a step forward or as a leash. I answer that it is both. I have reach I did not have yesterday. I also have less freedom of movement than ever. In the canal water, the light from the evening boards stretches in long, restless stripes. I write the day's finding onto an empty plate. slowly and without shorthand, so that I cannot soften it later. First, the reservation protocol opens additional routes and secures same-session handling of critical drift data. Second, the control clauses still bind transit, data sharing, and priority to the Council's logic. Third, I gain political operating range for the next round and lose another part of my operational autonomy in the process. Before I set the chalk down, I add one last sentence beneath it, more for me than for the file. If I work under reservation, every meter I gain has to become protection for others at once. Otherwise, only control remains. The next morning begins with an unfamiliar advantage. My escort, Mark, opens the gate to the archive without a long argument, and for the first time since the North Corridor was sealed, I am standing in front of the map boards before the allocation round fixes the day into place. The advantage lasts exactly until the moment I read the first line. The Tide Atlas lists West Quay as stable for the last night. I know the values from the reserve chamber. Nothing there was stable. Pressure ran at the edge, and we held it only with handwork. I go through the second and third boards. The same shift again. Critical zones are marked as tolerable. Time windows are smoothed down by one level, and the transition routes look cleaner than they were in reality. I pull our night plate out of my bag and lay it next to the archive map. Gavin marked every spike with a timestamp. The board in front of me carries the same hours, but different colors. This is not a reading error. This is an intentional translation of risk into reassurance. Sarah arrives in the map room shortly after. She seems to have expected me to be working, not waiting. I show her the discrepancies without preface. 2 pressure spikes at West Quay, smoothed in the Atlas. A sealed side window by the main pier, listed as passable. A warning zone at the storage yard removed entirely. She looks at the boards, then at my plate, and says nothing for several breaths. When she speaks, her voice stays even. Map boards in Nera pass through 3 hands before they enter the council round. Capture, smoothing, clearance. Smoothing exists to remove operational panic from single fluctuations. I answer that what has been smoothed here is not panic, but liability. If critical nodes systematically look milder, the Council can later frame any escalation as unforeseeable. Sarah does not contradict me outright. She calls it a known tension between steerability and accuracy. That language tells me the error is not accidental. The pattern protects decisions, not lines. I demand the raw version of the Atlas for the last 3 nights. Sarah says that under the reservation protocol, I am allowed to see only the cleared edition. For raw data, I need an additional internal key. I lift the metal plate and tell her that drift data from the core sector has to be handled as a warning in the same round if we mean it. Without raw maps, every warning is crippled. We go together into the side room of line administration. There, the weekly band of the Tide Atlas lies in narrow segments, each with initials at the edge. I am not allowed to take it, only to read it. It is enough. Between the raw band and the cleared map, there is a recurring gap. The most dangerous nodes are almost always lowered by exactly 1 level. but only when the consequences of the seals would fall back politically onto the council. If a district carries the burden itself, the map stays hard. If a council clearance decision amplified the spike, the color is softened. This is not sluggish administration. This is selective correction with a clear direction. I copy the affected points onto a separate comparison board and mark 3 days with the same pattern. Sarah studies each mark and asks whether I want to take this officially into the round. I say yes. Then I ask who approves the smoothing level. She does not give me a name. She only says the clearance runs internally through the archive and not exclusively through the council. That is the sentence I needed. The sabotage is not only in the politics outside, but in the hands that manufacture our maps. On the way back to the Node House, I meet Gavin at the main pier. I give him the short version. The atlas is deliberately warped, and the warping follows a power logic. Gavin stops, looks at the comparison board, and asks whether we can still run any interval planning cleanly tomorrow. I answer that we have to run it, but from now on, only against a double source. Our measurements plus raw band cross-check. That evening, we reset the nightline. Technically, it holds. Trust holds less. Before I set the chalk down, I write the day's core onto the board behind the node house. The tide atlas is not only inaccurate, it is deliberately diffused. Critical risks are damped where they would make institutional responsibility visible. Which means supply is not only a fight against scarcity, but also against an internal archive pattern that turns truth into administrative calm. With that realization, my next step shifts. I am no longer negotiating only about lines and transitions. From now on, I am also negotiating about the maps on which those lines become visible in the first place. Late morning, the archive sits under a concentrated silence that is not calming. Since I exposed the smoothing in the tide atlas, every Ruminera feels double-layered. In front, the official routes run. Behind them run the reasons why they run that way. I pass 2 control points under escort mark and can tell by the scribe's pace that today is not only about lines. Sarah Dane waits in the lower register aisle, where the air stays dry and cold and voices lower on their own. She does not take me into the meeting room. She leads me deeper into the old stacks. That is unusual. The old stacks are not where daily decisions live. They are where the things are kept that you touch only when the present can no longer be steered without the past. On the table lies a narrow dossier of gray board, sealed with an old line mark. Sarah says the council could not keep the internal review of atlas smoothing limited to map error. My comparison board revealed a second track. The same nodes, the same step corrections, the same maternal anchors as in an old series from the first construction phase. If current manipulation and first construction share the same axis, then the mother line has to be put openly on the table. I ask her to say the core before she opens the carton. She answers in a short sentence. There is credible proof that Elise Vaughn does not appear in the line records by chance, but is listed as a central bearer in the origin drafts of the Mirror Bridge, not as a marginal name, as a binding line between core access transition windows and safeguard logic. For a moment, I hear only a pen scratching in the side aisle. I know Elise as a careful woman with clear routines, not as a figure in a founding archive
that our line reaches into the bridge has not been a guess since Chapter 9. But the idea that my mother was set as an axis in the origin drafts sharpens everything into a different focus. Sarah opens the dossier. On top is an excerpt from the first protocol. Beneath it, a chain of addenda across multiple time layers. I read the first entry twice because I do not trust it the first time. Von Mother line, primary anchor, Elise. Next to it a date that does not fit her life in Berlin. In Nera, it fits, because time here does not age in the same order. The explanation sits in the addendum. The primary anchor is not a purely biological age mark, but an active bearer position of a line. Whoever carries it is entered into the core protocols retroactively as a reference once the line has fully touched the bridge core at least once.
Which means Elise was not there, in the classic sense, during first construction, drawing plans. But her line position was written into the origin architecture so that later interventions can lean on it. For administration, that is equivalent. For me, it is not. For me, she is still my mother in Berlin, in the kitchen, making tea too strong and holding the day together. At the same time, in Nera's protocol, she is the bearing reference on which power decisions are placed.
I read on. The old series shows the original bridge design had two goals: stable transitions and limited extraction. The limit was softened later, first through emergency clauses, then through routine operation. Exactly along that softening, the selective atlas smoothing appears. It dampens the maps where it would become visible that the Council is overusing the maternal anchors.
Sarah points to an addendum that carries her own marking sequence. She does not say she is surprised. She only says these documents have been under protection level so far because in an open round, they would become a political weapon at once. I ask whether the Council has been running the Von line as a silent buffer for years on purpose. Sarah answers with a sentence as dry as the stacks around us. The Council has gotten used to using every line that does not protest loudly. Something in me tips, but not into anger alone. It is more an order break. Until now, I have carried my mission as if I were weighing return against responsibility. Now a third layer lies on the table. If I only close the core, I may relieve pressure for a while. But I leave intact the same logic that pulls Elise and other bearer lines into infrastructure without letting them steer it in daily life. Gavin Hale joins us in the second half of the review because we have to cross-check the note sequence against last night's values. He stays at the edge, reads with us, and asks only two technical questions. Where does the overuse of the maternal anchors begin exactly? And at which point can we slow it by cadence instead of by full seals? I tell him the bridge is not only a switch. It is a distribution machine with habits. If we only want to shut it, the power centers will build a new bypass. If we do not change the rules, the same damage comes back by another path. We transfer the decisive points onto a working plate for the next round. The Von line is anchored as a primary bearer in the origin drafts. Extraction limits were historically softened step by step. Atlas smoothing protects that softening through selective risk damping. A pure closure strategy without rule correction increases the risk of concealed replacement paths. Sarah insists that I phrase the motherline statement narrowly in session. Otherwise, the council will block with jurisdiction questions. She's right. Still, I add one sentence. Any further use of the Vaughan line without the bearer's explicit consent has to be treated as forced extraction. The word is harsh. It is also precise. The afternoon round runs shorter than I expect. The council tries to reduce the topic to historical archive interpretation. I stay with verifiable chains, primary anchor entry, softened extraction, current drift spikes, map manipulation. No pathos, no long speeches, only causality. The narrower I speak, the less surface there is to attack.
In the end, I do not force a decision, but I shift the frame. The council has to allow a special review of line consent and extraction limits because the reservation protocol warning chain applies. That is not closure. It is a lever left open. On the way back, over the main pier, I realize my picture of Elise does not break apart. It expands. She is not only the private anchor I want to protect. She is also the structural line through which Naur has been shifting load for years. If I work only for my return, I leave her inside exactly that system, only without me as a disturbance.
At the reserve node, I sit with Gavin at the board and order the next step. We keep the double check of live values and raw band. From now on, we run every recommendation through a test. Does it truly lower extraction, or does it only hide it differently? And we do not treat the mother line as background information anymore, but as the core of the mission. The new order hurts because it is private and political at once, but it makes the work clearer. My task is no longer only close the bridge, go home. My task now is rebuild the core so stability no longer rests on unwanted line load, and pull Elise out of a role she never freely chose. When evening wind rises off the canal, I write the day's sentence on the metal plate, slowly and without shortcuts. The mother line proof rearranges family and mission. I cannot stabilize the bridge in a responsible way without changing the rules that turn closeness into a resource. The alarm begins, without siren. First, the green line drops out at the tide node. Then, 3 districts report under flow at the same time: West Quay, South Pier, Storage Yard. Normally, not everything tips in the same hour. Today it does. Gavin Hale stands over the interval board, chalk in hand, and looks at me as if he has prepared the sentence already. If we run the old rule, we save 1 district and let 2 fall. If we spread the load evenly, all of them dip below minimum for a while. He says it calmly. That is what makes it hard. I run the values. The drift spikes from the core arrive in sync with the council's fast clearances. Exactly the pattern we proved, only faster. As if someone is stepping on the weakest lines on purpose. Sarah Dane comes out of the archive corridor, accompanied by 2 scribes. Her first message is short. The council wants immediate prioritization for the main pier and council court. Everything else after. I ask on what basis. She shows me the clearance card. Only a reference to stability of decision routes.
Not one word about families in the outer districts. Until yesterday, I would have tried to negotiate in session and lost time doing it. Today, I do not. I lay my plate on the table and say the rule alternative we prepared in Chapter 15. A low-water protocol with a consent rule. 3 points, immediately in force for the next 2 hours. First, no extraction from bearer lines without the affected person's explicit consent. Second, every emergency clearance requires a 2-source check, raw band, and live measurement. Third, load is not distributed by political rank, but by minimum supply per district. The first gripe says there is no jurisdiction for that. I answer that the reservation protocol warning chain is active right now and opens an immediate window. Sarah checks the clause on her card, gives one tight nod, and confirms the window. For the first time since I arrived in Nara, I am not standing at the edge of a decision. I said it. Gavin takes the tide node. Thomas Rake goes to the core edge to report drift marks in 15-minute cadence. I take the table with the distribution boards, not because I want power, but because someone has to hold the order when everyone is shouting at once.
For the first 20 minutes, it gets worse. West Quay reports pressure loss at level 3. At South Pier 1, pump row fails. In the storage yard, emergency line breaks, and people are already standing in the courtyard with canisters. A scribe presses me to exempt council court from the minimum rule so traffic stays free. I refuse. If I make one exception now, the whole logic breaks. Sarah pulls me aside for a breath and asks whether I am sure. I tell her no, but I am sure the old order always sacrifices the outer districts first. That is enough for this hour. Thomas's first core report arrives on time. Drift drops slightly since the fast clearances were throttled. Only slightly, but measurable. We write the value on the board, visible to everyone. No technical magic. Only proof that a rule change has immediate effect. Gavin calls from the node that the interval line holds if we cut 2 reserve windows. That means less comfort in council court, but stable base supply in the 3 critical districts. I authorize the cut. Loud protest rises in the corridor. I sign anyway. After 90 minutes, the levels stabilize just above minimum. Not good, but bearable. Nobody wins today. Nobody collapses completely. For Nara, that is almost a miracle. The council demands an immediate written justification. I write it in simple sentences. The simultaneous crisis was intensified by prioritized fast clearances and a political load order. The low-water protocol lowered drift and distributed failures instead of shifting them. Minimum supply in 3 districts was kept without new forced extraction from bearer lines. When the pressure eases from the lines for a moment, I notice how loud my own pulse has been. I sit on the edge of the node table, drink cold water, and look at the boards. For the first time, the order in front of me does not only show who loses, it also shows how loss can be bounded when the rules are not treated as a law of nature. Gavin steps beside me and says that today many people will tie my name to the protocol. Not all of them kindly. I nod. Open leadership sounds clean in plans. In reality, it means the next attack will aim first at my decision. Later, Sarah returns with the archived short clearance. She says the council acknowledges the effect for the immediate window, but keeps the duration open. That is not agreement. It is a postponed fight. I take the card anyway. 2 hours are enough to turn a claim into a precedent. In the evening, I write the day's core into my note field. Today,
The crisis did not grow smaller, but it forced me not only to object, but to lead. If I want to protect the mother line, I have to not only prove rule alternatives, but push them through under pressure. The price is visible. More responsibility, more exposure, less retreat. I set the chalk down and look at the dark canal. The water is low, but it stands. For this night, that is enough. The night after the low water protocol smells of wet metal and exhaustion. No one calls the run a success. Too many reserves were burned. But for the first time in weeks, none of the outer districts has dropped completely off the map.
In the morning, a new sheet from line administration lies on my table. Header: Immediate stabilization, Special Path B. Underneath, 3 dry bullet points. The Council can lift all gauges into safe reserve for 4 days if it concentrates, remembering from a small group of highly compatible bearer profiles. 8 people from West Quay and the storage yard. Voluntary in form. In practice, pressed by crisis. I read the text twice. It is the old logic in a new jacket. Relieve many short-term, thin a few for a long time.
Gavin Hale comes with the early values, sees the sheet in my hand, and goes quiet at once. The curves show how narrowly we are running. One more shove at the core, and the minimum line drops again. He does not say that Special Path B would work technically. I know that without him. Sarah Dane arrives shortly after, accompanied by a scribe with a sealed board. The Council demands a decision by the noon round. If we do not clear the special path, operational leadership carries the responsibility for every further undersupply. It is not a warning. It is a cleanly worded threat.
I ask for the list of names behind the 8 profiles. The scribe hesitates, then lays it open on the table. 2 names I know from the borrowed rooms. A mother with 3 shifts at the salt market. An older peer warden who has been living on residual images of his family for weeks. Not abstract carriers, people already running on wear. Sarah says we have to stay sober. 4 days of stability mean time gained for a lasting solution. Without time gained, hard failures threaten in all districts, even those we barely held yesterday. I answer that time gained through concentrated extraction is not a neutral price. It shifts the load back onto the same bodies.
The boards are already running when we enter the council hall. The special card lies in the middle like a finished answer. One voice calls Path B responsible realism. Another counts 8 profiles against 53,000 supplied. The numbers are precise and cold. I can feel the room settling on that arithmetic because it is simple. I set my counter arithmetic beside it.
If the Council wants 4 days of relief, it can take them without concentrated bearer extraction. Not as comfortably, but in a way we can defend. First, comfort windows at Council Court and the Archive Quarter down to emergency level. Second, all fast clearances, only with double check and a fixed lockout interval. Third, an open counter ledger per district that offsets every extracted load point against saved load in the center and publishes the balance daily. The word counterledger hangs in the air. It sounds less elegant than Special Path B, but it has one advantage. It shows who is actually paying. Resistance comes at once. A council voice calls it politically impossible. Another warns of panic. if central districts must visibly shed load? I answer that panic is not created by truth, but by hiding the bill for too long. Gavin backs the proposal technically. The curves hold if the comfort nodes are throttled without slipping, and the lockout interval is not softened again. Thomas Rake confirms from the core edge that drift only jumps, where fast clearances go through without verification. No grand speech, just values. That is exactly why they land. The council tries a last exit. Path B only partially, one voice says. 3 profiles instead of 8, shorter runtime. I refuse that as well. Partial forced extraction is still forced extraction. Then they vote. The majority is narrow and reluctant. Special Path B fails. The counterledger is accepted for 2 days as a crisis measure, temporary, under daily control, with an open load report. It is not a triumph. It is a risky window. If the curves break in these 2 days, this same hall will say, I turned a supply problem into a moral argument. If they hold, it will be black on white for the first time that relief without concentrated extraction is possible.
In the afternoon, I begin the first counterledger board. 1 line per district. Load given, load received, open deficit, follow-on risk. No soft colors, no smoothed language. When the numbers for council court and the archive quarter become visible, the mood at the edge of the hall tilts. Not loudly, but unmistakably. Many see for the first time that the crisis has not only been scarcity, but distribution by proximity to power. Sarah stays at the board until the end, checks every line, and adds the clearance marks. When we are finished, she says quietly that I took the council's easiest path away. I answer that I only took its invisible path away. Later by the canal, I meet Gavin at the railing. He looks exhausted, but more awake than in the morning. He says we did not buy a quick piece today. Maybe we could have bought it. I say, peace built on outsourced emptiness is only delayed fracture. Before the evening round begins, I write the day's core into my note field. The council offered a utilitarian extraction bill and framed it as necessity. The counterledger spread the same load openly instead of concentrating it into a few bearer profiles. I refused the fast, seemingly reasonable path and chose a fragile but fairer risk.
When I set the chalk down, I know what changed today. Until now, I have corrected rules to bound damage. Today, I rejected an arithmetic that would have made me complicit. Tomorrow, the numbers will decide whether this window holds. The first day with an open counterledger ends without collapse. In NERA, that counts as good news now. The gauges stay just above the minimum line. The halls stay tense, and no one believes 2 quiet hours mean a new order. The next morning, Gavin and I go through yesterday's boards. The numbers are correct. What is not correct are the marginal notes. In 3 district protocols, there are justifications that were never spoken in session. A cut comfort line becomes a voluntary contribution of solidarity in the transcript. A strict lockout becomes flexible rerouting The effect is small and, at the same time, dangerous. The bill remains visible, but its story is softened. I take the transcripts into the archive and demand a direct comparison with the raw band. Sarah lets me through because the reservation protocol still holds. The map room smells of wet paper and metal dust, and everywhere the same values lie in slightly different forms. That is what scares me, not the single error, the pattern. In the raw band, I find 3 variants of the same hour. None of them is completely false. Each shifts the weight a little. The operational version shows pressure at West Quay. The cleared version emphasizes calm in the center. The session version removes the trigger and leaves only the reaction. If I read all 3, I see the truth. If someone reads only one, they see a usable story. Gavin joins later and checks note marks with me. He stays silent for a long time, then points at a line with his own signature code. It says he recommended a reserve clearance at night to protect the main pier. I was there. He recommended the opposite. Hold the outer districts at minimum first, then open the main pier. The numbers next to the line match his real proposal, but the sentence above is inverted. I ask him if he is sure about the exact order. He answers without hesitation, then more slowly, as if he has to speak against something inside himself. He is sure about the outcome, but not about every intermediate step anymore. I have been seeing that uncertainty more often lately, not as a dramatic failure, but as a fine crack in the sequence that only shows when the same hour is told more than once. At noon, I meet Thomas at the core edge. He holds 2 plates in his hands, both with the same time marks, both with different comments on the drift spike. In one version, the trigger was a delayed throttle at Council Court. In the other, an unforeseeable surge at the Mirrorbridge core. Only one of those versions makes political responsibility visible. The other turns decision into fate. I asked Thomas to show the clearance traces. He points to 3 small signs at the rim of the plate. He calls them second tacks, not an official term, more workshop language. A smoothing done after the fact that does not change the measurement number, only the causal line. For operations it looks harmless. For order it is deadly. If cause and responsibility can be separated, every rule becomes a backdrop. In the afternoon, the counterledger numbers come into the hall. The distribution still works, but the commentary drifts in different directions. I set 3 boards next to each other. Raw band, cleared version, session protocol. I do not make grand accusations. I only show the same hour in 3 versions. Then, I read the causal lines aloud and hold the measurement values beside them. The room goes quiet because everyone hears how similar the sentences sound and how differently they carry responsibility. The council tries at once to frame the process as editorial simplification. I answer briefly that simplification in a run is allowed, but not when it flips the direction of responsibility. Otherwise, the counterledger will break at the first setback, because no one will believe that the visible load is the real load. Sarah supports the point, cautious but clear. She proposes a limited truth window for all crisis protocols over the next 7 days. Raw band, clearance, and session version must be archived and publicly co-signed together. No version may stand alone. The council wants to defer. I refer to the active warning chain under the reservation protocol. If drift, supply, and documentation tip together, this is not an administrative detail. It is a stability risk. After a long grinding circle, the round accepts the truth window for 3 days, not 7. Too short, but enough to force a test. Gavin signs as node witness, Thomas as core edge witness, and I sign as operational lead. For the first time, it is not only the distribution that hangs openly, but the question of who writes what into the record and why. In the evening, I walk along the pier and feel how tired my head is, not from numbers, from the second versions. The city has been keeping itself afloat for years on usable rewrites. Every intervention, every smoothing, every small shift is meant to protect operations. But that protective layer has created the point where no one can say with certainty which decision caused which damage. I think of Berlin and Elise. If I return and the same logic keeps running there, I will lose not only memories, but the truth about their loss. Then, in the end, only a stable protocol remains for an unstable core. Before I leave the hall, I write the day's finding on the entry board. The counterledger holds only if the causal story stays open as well. A city of second versions can function for a while, but it cannot carry lasting peace. Stability without truth is only a delay of the next fracture. The second day of the truth window begins with fog that makes the harbor dull and smaller than it is. At the Knot House, people stand closer than usual, but they speak more quietly. Since we started laying 3 versions of every crisis hour side by side, the language has changed. No one can pretend anymore that responsibility is a footnote. Gavin and I go through the early values. The counterledger still holds. Barely, but the reserves are thin as glass. 2 lines at West Quay are running on night buffers only. If an extra spike comes this evening, 1 wrong order is enough, and we lose whole streets again. Gavin marks the critical windows on the board. His hand stays steady, but the chalk breaks twice. Just before the noon round, I notice a jump in the access list. A core edge gate was opened in the night along a route that only works with an internal transition marker. That marker is not in the open operations chain. It belongs to the protected keys from the old line. I check the raw version first, then the clearance, then the session note. All 3 show the same minute. Only the comment differs. The clearance says technical correction. The raw band says manual override from outside. I show Gavin the line. He stares at it for a long time and finally says that, in our current layer, only 3 people can set that route cleanly: Sarah, Thomas, or me. I do not feel shock. I feel a cold sorting. If the access is real, someone from our inner ring opened the edge. We go to Sarah first. She's already bent over the co-signatures for the truth window, exhausted but clear. I set the 3 versions in front of her without preface. Sarah reads, then pulls her shift access card from her pocket and lays it beside the printout. No gap, no foreign use, no open minute. She says she has not moved a core edge key since daybreak, and that every movement of her marker in the archive is automatically double-logged. That matches the side traces. Then it is Thomas. We find him on the southern maintenance pier between 2 decommissioned pump houses. The wind pushes the fog into the corridor, and the water beneath sounds like metal on stone.
Thomas sees us coming and knows at once. He does not deny it. He only asks whether we want to settle it in the open hall or here. I choose here.
Thomas says the council made him an offer in the night. No loud threat, no blunt blackmail, just a precise condition. For 1 hour, he should open a protected route so a review commission could inspect the core edge independently. In return, the special review of the mother line would not be delayed. He believed he was buying us time for rule correction. He opened the route, but wrote the marker as a harmless technical correction, because he knew we would block it immediately otherwise. The sentence does not hit like a blow. It hits like a crack through something that had only just begun to hold. We forced the counterledger through against hard resistance, kept the truth window by a narrow vote, and now someone from our core team stands in front of me and confirms he used the same logic we are fighting. Protect the goal, hide the cause. Gavin speaks first, not about motives, about consequences. Who was at the core edge in that hour? Thomas gives 2 names from council oversight and an external scribe with no district binding. He says they did not reroute any lines, but they remarked the lock logic for the North Corridor. Since then, the barrier trips on smaller spikes. That is the missing piece. The council did not have to block the North Corridor politically, if it could shift the technical threshold. And for that, it needed access that only someone from our ring could give. I ask Thomas whether he signed anything. He nods and hands me a narrow card bearing his mark and a countersign from the council chancellery. The note is the usual language about safety review and operational calm. Not one word about the real purpose. Another second version, this time with our side as the source. For a moment, I want to shout at him. Instead, I order, because we do not have time for private rage. First, Thomas hands over all active core edge markers immediately. Second, his access is put on escorted operation until cleared. Third, we document the entire incident inside the truth window, including his justification and the council countersign. Fourth, we do not wait for the evening round. We go to the crisis committee now. Thomas does not argue any point. He only says he cannot undo the damage, but he will help trace it. I answer that help is duty now, not grace. Back in the hall, the news travels faster than any official line. Not the full content, but the core. An internal key sail to the council. In faces I see not only outrage, I see relief in some, because a concrete cause has finally been named. And I see fear in others, because the cause came from inside the ring. In the crisis committee, I keep my voice as flat as I can. Betrayal in an alliance is not only moral. It shifts thresholds at the core edge and makes interval planning unreliable. As long as we do not know which markers were copied or diverted, every safe route is only an assumption. The council reacts as expected. It calls the incident an administrative coordination error, not betrayal. It repeats independent safety review and denies any operational intent. I lay the 3 versions, the countersign and the new barrier threshold, side by side. Then I state only the causal chain, access in the night, threshold change in the morning, political advantage by noon, no rhetoric, only order. The vote is narrow. The committee enforces an immediate marker lock for all core edge accesses not co-signed. At the same time, the North Corridor is shut completely until recalibration. We lose our fastest path between the archive and the tied knot. The decision stabilizes security, but it cuts our working net. For the next days, only the long, open pier routes remain. Slower, more exposed, easier to watch. Exactly the state the council prefers in an escalation. In the evening, I stand at the empty dock behind the southern pump house. There used to be at least one cargo barge there at night. Today, nothing. Only water, fog, and the distant noise of the hull. Gavin comes later and says nothing. We watch the dark surface as if it might give back the step we lost. I think of Elise of Berlin, of the thin line between protection and control. Thomas wanted to buy time and hid the cause. The same pattern eats through both worlds. Maybe that is the hardest part of this work. Betrayal does not always begin as hostility. Often, it begins as badly understood care in a system that punishes honesty. Before we go back, I write the day's core into my note field. An ally handed a protected access route to the council and masked the cause as technical. The alliance no longer holds by trust, only by verifiable procedure. With the marker lock and the closure of the North Corridor, flight mode begins. Fewer safe paths, more oversight. A tighter window for every next decision. The morning after the marker lock is clear and hard. The fog is gone. Instead, every path lies open, as if the city wants to say, there is no excuse left now. The North Corridor stays shut, and the long pier routes eat time we do not have. Gavin and I arrive late to the crisis hall because 2 control points insist on triple countersign on our plates. The new order calls itself safety and feels like slow suffocation. The counterledger still holds, but only just. Every delay becomes a technical decision. In the center of the hall, there is no distribution plan today. There is a single card of dark metal, no district mark, only the seal of the consortium council. Sarah is already there. Her expression stays factual, but I can tell she knows the contents and does not approve. The card is read out as a special offer. The council offers me an immediate stable return corridor to Berlin, not a maintenance window. Not a risk crossing, but a guarantee passage within the next 2 hours. Condition 1. I step down from operational leadership. Condition 2. The counterledger ends at day's close. Condition 3. The ongoing special review of the mother line is moved into an internal procedure without public access. The hall stays silent because everyone understands the exchange. I get a safe way home. Nira gets the old bill back. The council calls it a decoupling to protect both worlds. I call it what it is, an orderly retreat at the expense of those who are not holding a card. I ask for the numbers behind the offer. The chair produces a short board. If the counterledger ends, the center can run prioritized lines again. Pressure drops by 1 step at once, and the return corridor stays stable. Not one word about who carries the load afterward. Not one word about the 8 profiles from Special Path B. Not one word about Elise. Gavin says nothing. He stands beside the board and follows the rows only. I know that silence. It means the curve is technically plausible and morally too expensive. Sarah asks for a recess for internal review. The council refuses. The offer stands only in this sitting, then expires. Cold as a deadline. The deadline as pressure. I go through the conditions out loud, slowly, without drama. If I accept, I lose the operational ability
to keep the consent rule in force. If the counterledger ends, the load falls back into the outer districts, invisible again. If the special review becomes internal, the only open trail to the mother line disappears. Then I say the sentence I have been preparing since the empty dock. I will not take the corridor. The mood in the room shifts at once. The council expected resistance, but not a clean refusal without a counterdeal. The chair tries to adjust the price. It offers a narrow add-on, a personal protection right for my family line in Berlin, if I let the public procedure rest. It sounds generous and is built precisely to isolate me. I refuse again. Protection only for my line would not be protection. It would be a purchase contract for my silence. The chair closes the card and declares the offer settled. Then the tone changes. Negotiation becomes classification. My operational role will be logged as conflict amplifying, it says. The Chancellery will list me as open opposition until the supply situation is re-evaluated. That is not symbolic language. It means longer routes, tighter controls, less access to templates, and more room for covert counterfiles against every step I take. I demand that the classification be entered into the truth window with its reasoning. After short argument, the council must agree, because the warning chain is still active. At least this remains checkable. After the sitting, many leave quickly. No one wants to stand between fronts once the line is official. Gavin stays with me. He says the curves will be steeper from today because the council will book every disruption to my decision. I answer that the curves have been running toward my decision anyway. If I had accepted, I would only have supplied the reason for it myself. Sarah catches up at the exit. She speaks quietly, so the scribes at the edge do not catch it. She cannot reverse the resolution, but she can lay the order of clearances in the next 12 hours. So we remain able to work despite open opposition. No gesture of closeness, only a tight professionalism. I take it. In the afternoon, I check the consequences at the knot directly. The council's first countermeasure is predictable. Extra site stamps on every peer route, with access to the core edge, 10 to 15 minutes per path. Not fatal, but precise enough to squeeze the window. I note the delays on my own board and set it openly beside the counterledger. If they log me as an open opponent, the consequences of that classification should at least remain publicly measurable. When it turns dark, I stand at the dock behind the pump house again. Today, a single boat is moored there, empty, except for 2 canisters and a scratched marker board. I think of Berlin and how easy it would have been to accept the card and step into a safe corridor. Safe for me. Not for what this is about. Before I close the hall, I write the day's core into my note field. The council offered return in exchange for abandoning open rule correction. I refused the trade twice and made the front official. From now on, I work not in the shadow of conflict, but in named opposition, with a tighter window and a higher price. The message arrives before sunrise, when the hall is only half full, and yesterday's chalk still clings to the boards. At the core edge, the drift meter has stepped 4 times in 3 hours, each jump higher than the last. Not chaotic. More like a stair someone is cutting into stone. Gavin and I walk the rows without stopping for coffee. The new site stamps cost us 12 minutes per route. 2 paths per measurement round, nearly 50 minutes gone per day,
just between the core edge and the tide knot. We do not have that time anymore. Thomas is already on the edge pier, this time with an escort marker and an open protocol behind him. He barely speaks. He just points at the curves. Since the council recalibrated the north corridor, the throttles catch earlier, but not evenly. From the outside, the system looks safer. Inside, it has become more jumpy. Small load spikes do not stay small. They pull a second swing behind them. I ask for the comparison with the last 3 days. The line confirms what I feared. Until yesterday, we had sluggish drift with hard peaks. Today, the drift is moving, shorter cadence, tighter spacing. For operations, it means less recovery between 2 loads. In the morning round, the Consortium Council calls it an expected after effect of the marker lock. It talks about transition noise and asks for patience. I put the time gaps on the table. These are not random jolts. The intervals are systematically shrinking. If the pattern holds, by evening we will have no buffer left between supply and core stability. Sarah sits with her arms folded on the sideline and speaks only when the third reassurance drops. She confirms the memory archive sequence shows the same compression. Then she adds one sentence that stills the room. The next tide begins in less than 9 hours. And in that window, the mirror bridge has shown the strongest coupling jumps in the past. Third tide. So far, it has been a term on warning maps, far enough away to treat as a later problem. Now the marker sits on our day. I demand a tight emergency window with 3 measures. First, all core adjacent comfort clearances to 0, immediately, until the tide is through. Second, keep the counterledger active, but redistribute every 30 minutes instead of hourly. Third, every route that requires site stamps gets a fixed priority lane for operational measurement runs, so it do not choke on our own controls. The Council rejects the third point first. Priority lanes for my leadership, it says, are unacceptable in open opposition. I do not answer with morality. I answer with causality. If we slow the measurement runs, we go blind into the tide. Every later blame argument becomes a protocol game. Gavin backs me with the maps. He shows that a 20-minute measurement drift is enough for redistribution to lag behind the core drift. Thomas adds that the core edge, in this condition, cannot tolerate long chains of interpretation. Either we measure tight and act tight, or we decide with old numbers. After a long hesitation, the Council agrees to a limited operating corridor, 4 hours, strictly logged, revocable at any time. It is less than I need and more than I expected. We take it. The hall tips into work mode. No debates, only rows, times, routes. I reset the main board, left the district levels, center the core drift intervals. Right, the countdown to the tide. Every field gets 2 colors, what we know and how old that knowledge is. I want everyone in the room to see the same cadence. By midday, the first hard test hits. In the storage yard, one line drops below minimum, exactly as a double jump starts at the core edge. In the past, we would have prioritized the main pier and pushed the yard to later. Today, we pull the half-hour redistribution forward, cut 2 comfort windows in the center, and keep the yard just above the line. It costs political noise and buys us 15 minutes of air. In those 15 minutes, 2 reports arrive at once. From Berlin, via the old emergency spur. Elise did not recognize the key ring in the workshop, the one she has carried for years, from Nera, from the South Pier. A group demands we suspend the counterledger because the constant cuts are bleeding the outer markets dry. Pressure is coming from both worlds on the same beat now. The Story Bible warned about this pattern for pages, but never with a clock attached.
I do not go to the market group. I send Gavin. He can explain why we have to cut without sounding like a command line. I stay at the board and hold the core. It feels wrong because I want to be everywhere myself. But if I lose the center today, we lose everything else with it. In the early evening, Thomas reports a threshold we have only seen in the old design files. He calls it boundary drift, point 3. No new myth, just an old technical mark. Past that line, supply fluctuation and core coupling lock so tightly that corrections can hit twice, once stabilizing and once destructive, depending on timing. I have the term written onto the board at once, with a plain explanation beside it. No jargon, no abbreviations. If we cross this line, the time window for clean decisions is no longer measured in hours. It is measured in a handful of beats. Sarah returns with updated archive values and lays a short note in front of me. No recommendation, only the arithmetic. At the current slope, we reach boundary drift point 3 with high probability before the third tide ends. Her handwriting is calm. The sentence is not. In the evening round, I give the status without softening it.
The drift is no longer just high. It is compressing. Our operational time is shrinking measurably. If we do not hold a stable cadence through the end of the third tide, we lose the ability to make a controlled correction. The Council tries one last time to push the problem into the next day. I refuse the delay and demand the entry in the truth window, time-stamped, with the boundary drift mark. After brief resistance, it has to agree, because the data from Core Edge, Memory Archive, and district levels match. When the round ends, the sky over the harbor is dark and clear. No fog, no cover. The piers lie there like lines on a map, and every line costs minutes. I stand at the edge of the hall and feel that something fundamental has shifted.
Until now, I fought decisions that harm people. From today on, I am also fighting the clock. Before I secure the board for the night, I write the day's core into my note field. The third tide has turned from a warning mark into a concrete countdown. The Mira Bridge core shows compressed drift with measurably shorter intervals. Our window for a controlled solution is no longer abstract. It is counted in hours and beats. I put the chalk down, look at the countdown, and force myself not to ask about the end, but about the next clean step. For tonight, that has to be enough. I use a maintenance window that is only as long as a breath between two jumps. Gavin holds the cadence in Nera. Sarah keeps the return corridor open, and I cross alone, because every additional person makes the passage less stable.
Berlin receives me with cold air and the familiar smell of the workshop. For one moment, everything is quiet enough.
that I could believe I have only been gone too long. Then I see the kitchen table. Elise has emptied the drawers and lined the keys up in rows, as if they were parts of a device she has never seen before. I say her name, softly first, then clearer. She looks at me with friendly caution, the way you look at someone who has ended up in the wrong apartment. She recognizes my face, but not the place it belongs in her life. She asks if I am from building management. The sentence is not loud, but it cuts deeper than any counsel threat in Nira.
I do not sit down right away. I need a moment to read the room, not as memory, but as present. The photos on the wall hang correctly. The old crack in the window frame is there. But in Elise's gaze, the short automatic step is missing. The one she used to take between question and trust. I try simple things. My hand on the kettle. The blue cup with the chipped rim. The scarf by the coat rack that she wears only in March. Some details catch, others do not. It is as if her memory is running on loose stepping stones. When she asks my name, I answer without haste. Mara. She nods as if she is noting information, not recognizing a daughter. Then she places the key ring in front of me and says she cannot find the order anymore. She used to know it blind. I sort the keys beside her, not because it fixes the problem, but because it brings us, for a few minutes, into the same routine. A key for the workshop door, one for the back entrance, one for the cellar that always sticks. At two of them, she suddenly stops and says there used to be a small charm there, a piece of red glass. She cannot remember why it mattered. I remember. We found it together by the Landwehr Canal when I was 12. For her, it was only a shard. For me, it was a find that meant everything. Later, the charm hung from this exact ring. I tell the scene plainly without ornament. Elise listens with polite attention. At the end, she smiles and says the story is beautiful, polite, not close. The message from Nera comes over the emergency spur in the middle of that silence. Drift interval down to 28 minutes. One district under minimum. Gavin needs my clearance for the next redistribution. I stand, go to the window, and force my breath into a clean cadence. Here in Berlin, I am losing the person I came back for. In Nera, if I hesitate, I lose the ability to stabilize anything at all. I answer Gavin briefly. Reduce central comfort windows further. Do not suspend the counterledger. Bring the outer district up to minimum first. Then, I send a second note to Sarah. Any bearer line decisions today, only with double countersign and an open entry into the truth window. When I sit back down with Elise, she asks if I will come back soon. Her voice is warm, but she asks the way you ask a distant acquaintance, with a clear time slot in mind. I tell her I will come back as soon as I can. This time, the sentence is not comfort. It is a contract with little room. Before I go, I leave a note on the table. No long explanations, just a simple list for her day. Breakfast, workshop, break, keys on the same hook. Next to it, my number in large writing and one sentence
She can read immediately. If something is unclear, call me.
At the door, she turns once more and says, I have a familiar laugh. Not my name. Not my story. Only a sound. The return to Nera is tighter than in the morning. At the Mirror Bridge core, Gavin is already waiting with new numbers. We barely speak. He reads my face. I read the curves. Both say enough. In the evening round, I put the Berlin finding on the table, without details that do not belong there. The feedback loop is no longer abstract. It has reached daily routine, attachment, identity. Any further delay is a decision against both worlds.
The Consortium Council tries to turn it back into a private motive. I do not let it stand. I explain that the finding matters precisely because it follows the same structure as NERA. Losses show up first as small functional glitches, then as a break in trust, only then as open crisis. Anyone who looks away at the first step pays the third with interest. Thomas supports the line with the core values. Sarah ties the finding into the warning chain. Gavin takes the night coordination, so the half-hour redistribution holds until the next tide. Just before midnight, I write the day's core into my note field. Elise recognizes me only in fragments. The feedback loop has reached everyday life in Berlin. The drift in Nara keeps running at the same time and forces decisions on a minute grid. From now on, I prioritize not my own safe return, but the stabilization of both worlds, even as the personal price keeps rising. The third tide is not here yet, but everything in the hall is already moving to its beat. I can see it in the roots, in the looks, in the pauses between two reports. No one talks about tomorrow anymore. There is only the next run, the next level, the next spike. Gavin stands beside the main board and strikes line after line through the old plan. The long pier routes are too slow now, weighed down by site stamps. The north corridor stays closed. The half-hour redistribution keeps the districts just above minimum, but it burns through our reserves faster than new windows open. Sarah brings the archive values for the next round. Her voice stays even, but she no longer stacks the plates in the center. She places them directly in front of me. No detour, no polite distance. The message is simple. We do not have time left for political choreography. Thomas arrives with an escort marker, as he has since the lock, and gives only a short report. The threshold for boundary drift, point 3, is not just reachable. In parts of the core, it is already tangible. Not a break yet, but a field that can tip if the sequence is wrong. At the midday round, the Consortium Council sits narrower than usual. Some seats remain empty because the outer districts could not get their delegates through the new controls in time. That is the problem in miniature. Whoever arrives late loses a vote in practice, even if the rules on paper have not changed. I open without preface. For the last hours until the tide, we need one shared plan with 3 fixed guarantees. First, the counterledger stays active through tide end, without suspension by single case decree. Second, every bearer line withdrawal requires double countersign and an open entry in the truth window. Third, measurement runs get a tight priority corridor that is not renegotiated every round. The chair responds at once.
He calls the first guarantee an impermissible binding of the Council. He calls the second an intrusion into operational autonomy. He calls the third a security risk under open opposition. The words are familiar, only the tone is harder. Before, it was tactics. Now, it is defense. I let him finish, and then I put down not arguments, but sequences. If the counterledger suspends even once, 2 outer districts fall under minimum. If bearer line withdrawals run without open countersign, we lose verifiability within a single round. If measurement runs have to wait, we act on stale numbers and confuse calm with blindness. Gavin adds the route times. For every run, he has the real minutes from the last 4 rounds, not the intended ones. The difference is enough that a double jump at the core will make us miss any half-hour correction. No one can honestly dispute the arithmetic. Sarah brings the second piece. She shows 2 documents from the same crisis minute, one with an open cause and one with a smooth cause. The measurements are identical. Responsibility is not. Quietly, she says that a plan without clear countersign is only a new name for the old shifting of blame. Thomas speaks last. Not long, but precise. If the Council keeps treating every priority lane as a one-off exception, the team will no longer pace the drift. We will chase it. His voice stays technical. That is what lands. No drama. Just mechanics. The room still does not tip at once. The Council demands counter-guarantees. The Center wants fixed minimum feed for the main piers, even when the outer districts press at the same time. West Quay demands a veto against any additional cut to its night buffers. 2 outer speakers demand a clause that no district may fall under Priority C for 2 rounds in a row. Each demand is understandable on its own, and together they are impossible. That is why I call it a narrow council, not a broad consensus, but a bridge only as wide as we need to get across the tide. I offer a limited cadence pact, valid only through tide end plus 2 after rounds. No side gets its maximum. Each side gets 1 verifiable minimum. For the Center, a hard floor for medical lines, but no automatic priority for comfort nodes. For West Quay, night buffers remain, but only with open low disclosure each round. For the outer districts, Priority C cannot hit the same district twice in a row unless a line failure is confirmed. For the Council, special clearances remain possible, but only with immediate entry in the truth window and expiry after 1 round. The chair tries to postpone the pact to the next morning. I refuse. The third tide will not wait for wording. Then he tries to loosen the bearer line clause. I refuse again. Without double countersign, every pressure ends in the same place, in the few profiles who cannot fight back. The argument drags through 2 level reports. While we speak, the storage yard slips briefly under minimum and is lifted again by half-hour redistribution. That simultaneity saves the pact. No one in the room can still pretend we have time for elegant compromise. In the end, the Council agrees, but only under 1 additional condition. Operational violations of the Cadence Pact trigger immediate personal liability for the signing leads. It is a political hook, not a technical one. I take it anyway, not because it is fair, but because the window closes otherwise. Gavin signs for the mapping of route times. Sarah signs for archive and countersigns. Thomas signs for core edge protocols under escort operation. I sign as the operational lead for redistribution and prioritization. The chair marks last and declares the pact effective as of the next full round. His voice sounds as if he has lost something. Maybe he has. Not power in general, but the freedom to separate cause and responsibility at will. In the hour after, the hall does not grow calmer, only clearer. The boards still show red fields, but the sequence is finally shared. We have to argue less and execute more. For the tide, that is the difference between conflict and steering. Late in the evening, I walk the first 2 rounds under the new pact with Gavin. Both are tight. Both hold. West Quay stays above minimum. The storage yard stabilizes more slowly than we hoped, but without a second drop. The center protests loudly at the cut comfort windows, but the medical lines stay open. No one is satisfied. That is how I know the load was not made invisible again. Sarah reports that all special clearances in the round are openly countersigned. No second beat. No hidden causal line. Thomas adds that the core remains nervous, but the drift intervals have not shrunk further for 2 rounds. A small finding, but today, every small finding counts. Just before shift change, I write the day's core into my note field. The council demanded contradictory guarantees, and no faction could force its maximum wish. With the time-limited cadence pact, we now share a minimum logic for the counterledger, bearer line protection, and measurement priority through tide end. The situation is still critical, but for the first time in days, it is being held under a jointly signed plan instead of under rotating exceptions. When I set the chalk down, I look at the signatures at the edge of the main board. 4 names from a brittle alliance and a 5th from the council, who would have preferred to pull us apart. It is not reconciliation. It is a narrow pier over deep water. For tonight, that narrow pier is enough. The first round under the Cadence Pact begins quietly enough that I almost mistake the error for stability. The levels hold just above the lines. The route times are harsh, but still predictable. And in the hall, no one speaks louder than necessary. After the last days, even a narrow, imperfect procedure can feel like a gift. Then the core does not tip in one big blow, but in short, shifting gusts. Thomas calls it bridge weather when he shows me the new curve. Not a poetic term, more like a clean warning from workshop practice. The drift is not simply high or low, it snaps between 2 states. One round feels manageable, the next eats the buffer, the third pretends everything is catching again. If you react to the wrong moment, you stabilize only the surface and sharpen the next spike underneath. I set the new board beside the countdown. Levels on the left, drift on the right, the tact times in the middle. After the second snap, we see the pattern clearly. Every time we lift an outer district above minimum, the core pulls 2 beats later somewhere else. Not as punishment. More like a coupling we have been reading too roughly. The midday round becomes the packed stress test. West Quay demands immediate relief because the night buffers are dropping faster than planned. 2 outer speakers push back and point at the open load tables. If West Quay gets more now, the storage yard will fall under the line in the next round for certain. The council tries to force a quick special clearance and move the dispute out of the open hall into the small committee. I block the turn. Special clearance, yes, but only under the same conditions as the pact. Immediate entry in the truth window. Expiry after 1 round. Countersign on the open board. The chair calls it formalistic.
I call it the only reason we still mean the same thing when we say stabilization. While the room argues, Gavin rechecks the route times and brings the decisive finding. It is not the absolute load that is breaking us right now. It is the sequence. We keep pushing water and pressure along an old map, while the bridge weather shifts the effective routes on a half-hour beat. A route that was viable an hour ago is, in the next round, only delay. That makes it clear. Our plan is not wrong. It is too rigid. I stop the running distribution template, and the hall gets louder immediately. Then, I rebuild the procedure around 3 priorities. First, stop starting redistribution by district. Instead, start at the most critical node and compute backward to the source. Second, stop treating measurement priority as a fixed route. Run it as a rotating core ring so we see the drifting pinch points earlier. Third, cut comfort, not in one long strip, but in 2 short blocks, so the social shockwave does not tip the markets in the same round. The rebuild costs us a full round, and in that round the storage yard drops briefly under minimum. The old reflex would have been to pull everything back to center security and patch the rest later. I do the opposite. We hold the new sequence, cut 2 council windows, lift the yard above the line again after 12 minutes, and let West Quay follow through a clearly marked emergency corridor. The council calls it a dangerous precedent. I let the sentence hang and only point to the board. Interruption, drop, counter-steering, return. Not elegant, but verifiable. Above all, it stays visible. Who carried which load in which round? Shortly after, Sarah reports that no second version has appeared in the truth window. All special clearances are cleanly countersigned. All procedures have expiry marks. For me, today, that matters more than any polite approval. As long as cause and responsibility stay together, we can learn from mistakes instead of packaging them again.
In the late afternoon, the next gust hits. The core pulls toward boundary drift point 3, then turns away just short of it. That apparent success is exactly what makes it dangerous. Part of the hall wants to read it as a sign we have air again. Thomas contradicts at once. Those pullbacks belong to bridge weather. Anyone who mistakes them for all clear opens the wrong lines on the next snap. I take his warning into the round and lock it as a rule. No tactical course change on a single pullback. We change the plan only if 2 consecutive rounds show the same trend. The decision is unpopular because it breaks hope, but it prevents us from reinventing strategy in every gust. By evening, the rebuilt plan runs through 2 complete rounds without a second drop in the same district. That is not a solution. It is a narrow proof that under shifting core behavior, we can stay operational if the sequence is right. When the scribes secure the last values, a short sentence comes over the emergency spur from Berlin, from the workshop neighbor. Elise had a quiet day, but she asked twice about an appointment that has not existed for years. No acute crisis. No good finding either. More like a reminder that the price keeps running, even when a round in Nera holds. I do not log the node as its own alarm level. The focus stays on tide end, but I keep it in the warning chain because everyone here needs to understand that our time is not only politically scarce, it is biographical. Just before shift change, I write the day's core into my note field.
The test run under the Cadence Pact destabilized the outer districts at first because the procedure was too rigid for shifting bridge weather. Under time pressure, we rebuilt the sequence of redistribution and measurement runs and held 2 rounds without a second double drop. The situation remains critical, but the pact holds as long as we commit to verifiable rules instead of short-term relief promises.
The Cadence Pact holds, but it does not hold on trust. It holds on deadlines, counter-signatures, and the fear that the next drop will hit your own district. When I enter the hall, I can see it at once. Everyone is working. No one lifts their eyes from the boards for long. That is good for the hour. It is bad for everything that comes after. Bridge weather keeps running, not as a steady climb, but as a shifting pressure that tests our sequence. 2 rounds carry, then one node pulls hard, as if someone has tightened a rope beneath the pier. We correct, catch the dip, and each time we lose a little more reserve. Gavin lays the route map with real minutes in front of me. Since open opposition, the controls are not only slower, but uneven. Some routes cost 8 minutes more than yesterday, without any official cause. If you steer by level alone, you drive blind into those gaps. Sarah arrives with a short note from the archive. For the next core round, we need a new load distribution, 4 operational nodes instead of 2. Otherwise, the core drains the same lines with every correction and amplifies the bend spikes. Technically, it sounds simple. Politically, it means putting responsibility on more shoulders before those shoulders trust each other. Thomas adds the hook. Core access tonight works only if the load signatures of all 4 nodes are cleanly countersigned at the same time. A single failure does not merely slow the access, it makes it unusable. So we need more participants, and at the same time, more reliability. At the midday round, I put the new distribution on the main board. 4 nodes, 4 lines, 4 signatures per round. Center, West Quay, Storage Yard, South Pier. No district carries alone. No district can disappear without being seen. The council calls it excessive and demands a stripped version with 2 nodes. The old pattern: less friction, less transparency, more room for later reinterpretation. I refuse and give the reason without pathos. 2 nodes in this drift are not a plan. They are a sacrifice model. We are past the phase in which a small circle is allowed to carry the load for everyone else. The pushback does not come only from the council. A speaker from West Quay asks openly why her district should add a second countersign if the center relitigates comfort, cuts every round. A representative from the center asks back why his lines should stay stable when the outer piers submit protocols only minutes before expiry. It is the conflict of this chapter without its header. Trust is too thin for full disclosure. I decide against a big speech. Instead, I have the last 6 rounds laid out, with times, drops, and corrections. Then I mark 2 points. In round 3, the storage yard fell because a clearance from the center was countersigned 7 minutes late. In round 5, West Quay slipped because an outer protocol had to be rechecked under an unclear countersign. Both sides were right to distrust. Both sides made the same damage larger. Gavin proposes a procedure that does not solve the fight, but makes it steerable. Shared visibility instead of full disclosure. Each line shows only the key values necessary for the round on the main board. Deeper data stays in district books, but can be requested within the truth window. Enough transparency for cadence,
enough protection against political vulnerability. Sarah adds a hard deadline. Anyone who sets a signature later than 3 minutes after round start loses the right to special clearance in the following round. No moral appeal, just a price. The council tries to soften the deadline. Thomas contradicts them calmly and explains that without it, core access becomes a gamble. I rarely see the hall listen to technical sentences. Today it listens because everyone knows we are too close to boundary drift point 3. After an hour of argument, we end with a distribution no one likes, and therefore will probably work. 4 nodes remain mandatory. Per round visibility data is open. Deep data stays local, but is requestable. Signature deadline, 3 minutes. Late countersign costs special clearance in the next round. The decision is valid until tied end, +1 after round. Then comes the hard part. Who carries the calculated remainder? We can run the new distribution, but we cannot close every risk. 2 routes stay under observation because the controls there look deliberately irregular. If we wait for perfect safety, we lose core access entirely. If we run now, we accept a remainder of route uncertainty and protocol pressure. I ask for a short pause and step onto the side pier with Gavin. The wind smells of salt and metal. He asks whether I will accept the remainder openly or hide it as a technical footnote. I tell him we have seen enough hidden prices in this city. Back in the hall, I speak the sentence I wanted to avoid. We run the 4-node load distribution with an open residual risk on 2 routes. The risk is calculated, documented, and time-limited. It is not a license for negligence. It is the price we pay to reach core access at all. The council does not nod, but it does not contradict either. West Quay signs first, surprisingly fast. The center follows after a brief hesitation. Storage Yard and South Pier add their marks with visible tension, but without conditions. Sarah and Thomas countersign the technical line. Gavin marks the route times. The first round under the new distribution is rough, but not chaotic. A node at South Pier pulls harder than expected. Earlier, it would have isolated an outer district. Now the plan spreads the shock across 2 counter-runs. It costs reserve, but no district drops under the minimum line. In the second round, a signature from the center comes 4 minutes late. The new rule triggers at once. No special clearance in the next round. There is loud protest, but the entry is open in the truth window. For the first time in days, I watch a rule not only being voted in, but actually applied, even when it hurts the stronger side. Berlin reports nothing dramatic in that time. Only a short note from the neighbor. Elise found the workshop key again today, but mixed up the way to the cellar. A small finding between hope and loss. Exactly where we live right now. Just before shift change, I sit at the board and read the rounds backward. Not to hunt for guilt, but to check the chain. Goal, resistance, change. We distributed the load across more shoulders. The resistance was political distrust and tactical delay. The change is not peace, but a workable operating state with its remainder price marked openly. I write the day's core into my note field. The 4-node load distribution is agreed and has been applied for 2 rounds under bridge weather. Trust remained too thin for full disclosure, so shared visibility now applies with clear requestability. I accept a calculated residual risk on 2 routes, because only that makes core access for the next phase reachable. As I leave the hall, the piers are dark and the wind turns. Nothing feels safe. But for the first time since the council's offer, the next step feels like a decision again.
not like a reflex. The hall smells of wet wood and chalk. The fourth round under the new load distribution is running when Thomas presses the core sheet into my hand without preface. The first line holds only a single condition: core access only with a biographical sacrifice mark. No new term, no unknown rule. We knew the clause from old drafts. So far, it stayed in reserve, like a tool you look at and put back. Now, even the four-node distribution is not enough. The core answers every correction with a second movement, and that second movement eats the buffer we built in the round before.
Gavin reads over my shoulder. He does not speak at once. Then he points at the time column. Only a few beats remain until the critical edge. If we delay access, we keep running on half data. If we open it, we pay the price now. At the midday round, I put the condition openly onto the main board. No committee, no back door. The council still tries to narrow the field. The chair says the mark could be handled through a pool district account. Thomas shakes his head before I answer. For core access, only a directly bound signature counts. One person, one biographical mark, one clear anchor.
The sentence hits the room harder than any level report. Sarah asks matter-of-factly whether the mark must come from a bearer line. Thomas says no. Technically, binding matters, not origin. Politically, the path would be the same as always. Pressure on the known profiles. Exactly what we cannot repeat. The council sees its opening and offers two proposals. First, a rotating duty taken from the outer districts. Second, an accelerated compensation promise for the affected person. Both proposals sound reasonable. Both translate the same error into new words. We would again push people under time pressure toward a price they did not freely choose. I say it cleanly. No assigned sacrifice. No hidden withdrawal under a new header. If core access runs today, it runs with a voluntary, openly documented mark and with a return claim recorded in the same protocol. The chair calls it morally clean and operationally naive. I do not answer the tone. I answer the chain. If we tip back into coercion now, we lose the one reason. The cadence pact still holds. We might survive this tide and lose the order after it. Gavin sets the route times beside the access requirement. With the current drift, we need the opening in the next full round. Otherwise, two routes enter the red zone at once. No dramatic break. More like a slow closing. That is exactly why it is dangerous. Sarah adds the legal framing for the truth window. Voluntariness must be written as an active sentence, not as an absence of objection. The return claim must be prioritized as soon as the core drops under threshold again. I nod. That is the only wording that cannot be turned into a beautiful excuse later. Then comes the part I have been circling for hours. I put my name into the empty line, not as a gesture, as consequence. The hall goes still, but not solemn. More like before a bridge that creaks and still has to be taken. The chair tries to stop the entry and demands another deliberation round. I refuse. We are past deliberation. We have one beat left to the access mark. Thomas asks me one last time whether I understand the technical result. The sacrifice mark can detach a concrete private memory, not at random, but not fully steerable either. It tends to take a scene with high binding load. I say
Yes. Gavin draws me aside between the main board and the side pier and speaks quietly, almost flat. If I do this, the round may carry the access, but I cannot pretend everything returns to baseline afterward. I tell him I am not pretending. I only need a clean sequence. Access first, then stabilization, then return. He nods, as if he needed to hear that order exactly.
The round starts on time. 4 nodes sign within the deadline. The truth window shows all countersigns openly. No backfill, no second version. Thomas leads me and 2 scribes to the core edge. The route is shorter than usual because the priority corridor is actually held clear today. Maybe from insight, maybe from fear of the record. For this round, the difference does not matter. At the core, the air sits like before a storm. Not a sound you can name, only pressure behind the ears. Thomas sets the access plate, reads the sequence, waits for my sign. I set the sacrifice mark. It does not happen with light or impact. It is more like a quiet cut in the background. A detail drops out of the picture, and only the gap shows how important it was. I grip the railing because the floor does not sway, but my inner balance does for a moment. Then, the access is open. Core values flow in, dense and clean, clearer than anything we have had for rounds. Gavin calls the numbers at the main board and shifts redistribution 2 beats earlier. Storage yard stays above the line. West quay holds, tight, but without a second drop. The center loses comfort windows. Medical lines remain stable. The chain catches. Only when the round stands do I notice what is missing in me. I know Elise matters to me. I also know we used to walk by the Landwehr Canal. But the small scene with the red glass charm is gone. No image, no touch, no laugh at the edge, only the information that it existed. The loss is not large enough to make me unable to act. That is its cruelty. The day keeps running, the board keeps running. I keep moving with it, and still a quiet connection that used to be effortless has fallen silent. Sarah looks at me briefly as she checks the entry in the truth window. She does not ask for details. She only confirms that voluntariness, sacrifice mark, and return claim are recorded cleanly. I am grateful. Today, I do not need consolation. I need reliable work. In the after round, the council tries to treat the successful opening as proof that a future duty mechanism would be acceptable. I stop the phrasing at once. A single voluntary step under documented emergency is not a model for permanent operation. The sentence goes into the protocol without softeners. Gavin reports the next drift series. Not good, but more predictable than before. Access did not give us victory. It gave us time and cleaner steering. That is all I was allowed to expect. At the edge of the hall, I write the day's core, slowly and in clear sentences. Core access was possible only with a biographical sacrifice mark, and I set it voluntarily in open round. The opening delivered dense core values in time, so the 4-node distribution held the critical round without a second district drop. I lost 1 concrete private memory, and the return claim is recorded as the next binding step in the protocol. Before I put the chalk down, I walk the chain once more. Goal, resistance, change. Goal, access before the edge. resistance, political pressure to return to coercion, and the technical price of the mark. Change, access open, round held, loss real and documented. The night is still long. The tide is not over, but the next step is visible again. For now, that is enough. Core access gave us better numbers, but no peace. Before I can finish my first sip of cold tea, the hall tightens again into that narrow, hard breathing that only comes when several reports turn red at once. Gavin points to the updated board. Drift is no longer blind, but it is faster than our routes can keep up with. 2 districts hover just above minimum. A third flips between yellow and red every quarter hour. It is not a collapse. It is worse. A state where every small delay shifts the next round. The council uses that state for its counterattack. The chair submits an emergency order called the safety bundle. The name sounds reasonable. The effect is not. The bundle pulls all transition rights into a single central corridor, suspends open counter-signatures for one layer, and declares the Cadence Pact rules temporarily subordinate until the mirror storm passes. Mirror storm is the word of the day, a term that sells fear and exception in the same sentence. Sarah reads the draft beside me in a controlled voice. No curses, no big gestures, just one dry line. If this passes, the truth window is politically dead, even if it still exists on paper. Thomas adds the technical edge. Without open counter-signatures, no one can cleanly verify whether the council is making real safety corrections or just hiding load again and pressing the same profiles. We would be back in the old logic, only under a new alarm name. I put the draft on the main board so everyone can see the original. Then I place beside it the core access data from 3 rounds. Earlier corrections, fewer double drops, but still high pressure on the routes. Yes, it is dangerous, but it is not as uncontrollable as the draft claims, the chair replies coolly. Precisely because it is dangerous, we need a clear chain of command, not open debate in every round. West Quay half nods. The center nods fully. 2 outer speakers look away. Everyone hears only the part that carries their own district through the night. I do not argue morality. I argue sequence. If you pass the safety bundle now, we may have less fighting in an hour. In 3 hours, we will have no verifiable cause left. In 6 hours, the wrong people will pay again. Gavin lays down the real route times, not target values, the actual minutes. With a centralized corridor, 2 of our 4 nodes would be late in practice, because the controls are longest precisely there right now. The safety bundle promises speed and builds new choke points at the same time. The council answers with a second lever. They open the return corridor for me, immediately with an escort mark, guaranteed to Berlin and back. Not as a quiet offer like before, but as a visible option in front of everyone. The room goes still. The message is clear. If I take the corridor, the council can sell the next step as relief, reassign operational lead, temporarily suspend the Cadence Pact, push the safety bundle through. If I stay, I am the woman who refuses the safe route, even now. The old conflict stands there, again, only sharper. I do not go to the lectern at once. I let Sarah speak first. She names the legal edge. A personalized return corridor during a running tide is not neutral protection. It is a political reassignment of responsibility. Then Thomas speaks. He names the technical edge. If the lead role changes in the middle of a mirror storm, we lose at least one round for handover, and we do not have that round. The chair presses anyway. He says the situation demands discipline rather than personal symbolism. I answer evenly that this is not symbolism. It is cadence under verifiable rules. Then I make the decision I have postponed since the Council's offer in Chapter 20. I separate my return route from the main mission. In practical terms, I refuse the immediate personal corridor, but I keep the path on the plan as an emergency line, separate from operational steering and usable only for medical or documented Berlin emergencies. No political trade. No leadership handover as a price. The Council protests at once. Illogical, they say. A corridor must be either fully active or closed. Gavin contradicts them with the map. Technically, the path can be held as a narrow reserve if it is not counted into the normal distribution priority, Sarah adds. Legally, the reserve is valid if trigger, duration, and countersignature are fixed in advance. I write the rule myself on the board. Berlin emergency line, only with confirmed medical event or documented. Core edge shock with feedback risk. Release only with double countersignature. Maximum 1 round. Then automatic closure and open entry. No coupling to leadership changes or cadence-packed suspension. Mirror storm outside the core makes the debate shorter than it would be otherwise. 2 minutes after the entry, East Node takes a double jump. The storage yard drops under minimum. West Quay follows. We need a decision now. The Council tries to use that moment to push the safety bundle as a package. I block the package vote and pull the round up under the cadence-packed sequence. Rotating measurement ring first, then redistribution backward from the most critical node. Special clearances only open, and with an expiry mark. It gets loud, hard, brief. Gavin holds route times in real time. Thomas feeds core values in tighter beats. Sarah logs every exception visibly before anyone can smooth it later. 3 teams, 1 rhythm.
After 11 minutes, the storage yard is back over line. After 17 minutes, West Quay stabilizes. The center loses a comfort window. Medical lines stay open. No hero run, just work that holds. In the next round, the course snaps again, this time at South Pier. The new safety bundle would have been active already if I had taken the corridor as a trade. Instead, the chain keeps running under the old verifiable rules. Slow, but visible. While we chase the numbers, a short message arrives from Berlin via the neighbor. Elise switched the stove on and forgot the pot. Nothing happened because the breaker tripped. A small incident, but a clear marker. I hear the message. Have it confirmed, and do not activate the emergency line. Not out of coldness, because the Hall in Nera will only hold this hour if my hand stays on the board without interruption. I authorize a local Berlin measure instead. The neighbor stays the night. Key rule at the door, a check-in call on the hour. The emergency line remains available if the situation tips. It stays separate from core steering. The Council tries to turn even that against me. They call it remote responsibility without presence. I do not answer the sentence. I answer with a round. 2 districts sit above line again. Drift does not shrink, but it jumps less chaotically. Toward midnight, the political part breaks for good. Not because the Council is convinced, but because Mirror Storm leaves no time for more package tricks. The safety bundle is postponed to the post-tide phase. The cadence pact stays active. The Berlin emergency line is accepted as an independent reserve under tight rule. No one applauds. No one looks relieved. But the hall works again along a chain that does not swap rules the moment pressure rises.
When the scribes secure the last round, I walk the next 2 beats with Gavin. The return route now sits as a narrow, clearly bounded line in the lower right of the map, separate from the main nodes. For the first time since the countdown began, that separation does not feel like betrayal. It feels like order. Sarah joins us and shows me the open entry. Emergency line separated from leadership mandate. No softeners. I nod. Thomas adds the core projection. Still no relief trend, but boundary drift point 3 has not overflowed in this layer.
Before shift change, I write the day's core into my note field. The council tried to force a safety bundle exception order during Mirror Storm and used my return route as leverage again. I refused the immediate personal corridor and anchored a tightly bounded Berlin emergency line as a separate reserve. The round remained steerable under the cadence pact. 2 acute drops were caught, and return route and main mission are now tactically cleanly separated. I put the chalk down and look at the 2 lines on the map. One runs on through the storm at the core. One runs to Berlin, if it burns there. Tonight, they no longer run against each other. The night has no border anymore. It is only cadence, levels, drift, and the short silence in between, when no one breathes until the next value holds.
I am at the main board when the core pulls to the edge for the 3rd time in this layer. Not over, but close enough that every voice in the hall drops lower. Gavin marks route times beside the new core values. Thomas keeps the measurement ring tighter than ever. And Sarah writes every clearance into the truth window before anyone can soften a sentence. The cadence pact still carries. Barely. Then the message comes from Berlin. Not through the council's emergency channel. Not as a political lever directly from the neighbor who stayed with Elise. The words are short. Too short. Elise fell in the apartment. No open injury. But she is confused. Does not recognize the street. Tries to leave without a coat. The ambulance is on its way. For 2 seconds, the hall says nothing. Then the chair speaks first. His voice is factual, almost kind. And that is exactly why it is dangerous. The Berlin emergency line is for this case. Immediate corridor. Escort mark. Return within a round. He adds the second sentence only after that. For the duration of my absence, operational lead must be centrally bundled to secure quiet action. It is the old arithmetic in new wrapping. I look at the board, not his face. If I go now, the round will not automatically fall apart, but it will lose the chain we have built against exception logic with every hour of this tide. If I stay, I leave my mother in a night where she does not recognize her own street. The core pulls again. No siren, no scream. Just a new spike in the wrong place. Gavin lays the facts down without pressure in his voice. In the next 2 beats, the critical point sits at South Pier. If the sequence breaks there, load tips into 2 districts at once. Thomas adds that a leadership change in the middle of a measurement run costs us at least 1 beat, probably more. Sarah says quietly that the council already has the bundling text on the side table. They are only waiting for my yes. I hear everything. I also hear the sentence from Berlin in my head, repeating without end. She does not recognize the street. I ask for 3 minutes.
Not for a committee, for an open decision. I go to the board and write 2 lines first, large enough that everyone can read them. The personal return now. To collective stabilization to tide end. Then I write beneath them what each line costs. With 1, we likely lose a beat in core steering. Open the door for the safety bundle and hand cause and responsibility back to the council. With 2, the chain in NERA stays more stable. But I accept that I am not with Elise in this moment. The chair tries to cut in. I lift one hand and keep speaking. I do not activate the emergency line, not because Berlin matters less, because the corridor is again coupled to a leadership change and an exception order. If I go now, I may secure a private moment and lose the possibility that this rule order still exists tomorrow. The sentence hurts physically as I say it. It remains true anyway. I choose collective stabilization to tide end.
The whole does not answer with approval, more like a long, hard inhale. West Quay protests, further comfort cuts. The center still demands the package decision. 2 outer speakers ask who carries responsibility if Berlin tips in the same hour. I carry it, I say, openly and logged. Then I set the next sequence. First, South Pier gets early measurement priority in the coming beat. Second, redistribution runs backward from the most critical node, not by district rank. Third, an additional comfort cut in the center for exactly 1 round, openly marked. Fourth, the emergency line remains available as reserve, but only without leadership change and only under confirmed life danger. The chair calls it inconsistent. I call it the only form in which return route and rule order can both stay true. The next beat starts. Gavin calls route times, short and exact. Thomas feeds core values in tight intervals, and on the board I watch the spike at South Pier rise and then flatten under countersteer. Not clean, not pretty, but controllable. West Quay skims the line for 5 minutes and then holds just above. The storage yard holds without a second drop. In the middle of that beat, the council tries to introduce a shortened safety bundle as a temporary supplement. Sarah reads the text aloud and places the open contradiction beside it at once. Temporary means no clear expiry mark. Supplement means, in practice, a suspension of countersignatures. The motion fails in the same beat because the facts on the board stand against it.
In the next beat, a second message comes from Berlin. The ambulance came. No inpatient transport, but a clear warning about acute orientation gaps. The neighbor stays. Another contact from my workshop is on the way. I answer over the emergency channel with only 3 sentences. Thank you. Door rule as agreed. Keep hourly check-ins. I do not write what I want to write. In the last hour before shift change. Mirror storm eases by a fraction. Not enough for all clear, but enough that boundary drift point 3 does not overflow in this layer. It is not a victory. It is a railing hell.
When the beat is secured, I pull back to the side pier with Gavin, Sarah, and Thomas. No long meeting, only a short alignment. 2 beats to tide end. Core still nervous, but the sequence holds.
The safety bundle is postponed, not dead. The council will try again after the tide. I nod. We all know it. Then I write the day's core into my note field, slowly, so no sentence slips.
Personal return and collective stabilization stood on the board in the same hour as an irreconcilable main decision. I did not activate the emergency line despite a real Berlin crisis, because the offered corridor was again coupled to a leadership change and exception order that keeps steering to tide end under verifiable rules, and boundary drift point 3 in this layer held just under the edge. When I set the pen down, I look at the map with its 2 lines. One runs on through core storm. One stays open toward Berlin. Tonight I did not choose, because one world matters less. I chose so that tomorrow a bridge between both worlds can still exist at all. The third tide does not end with a single cut. It falls away in steps, as if the core needs to test whether we mean it before it truly lets the pressure go. When the last round holds above line, nobody claps. The hall is too tired for big signs. We only secure the values, read the chain backward, and wait for the next hook. It does not come right away. For the first time in days, a full layer passes without a second district collapse. That is not victory. It is a state that can be carried. Gavin lays the post-tide map on the table. 4-noded distribution can remain, but only with a lowered cadence and tighter review on the 2 known restriction routes. Sarah adds the legal edge. The cadence pact expires unless we turn it into a transition order. The Council is trying to prevent exactly that. In the same hour, they submit a draft that would limit open counter signatures to core adjacent hours and allow batch clearances again in the outer districts. I reject the draft openly and demand the opposite. No return to batch clearances. Counter signatures stay mandatory everywhere, as long as drift peaks sit above warning line. The Council calls it impractical. I call it the price of making sure today does not get sold as an exception again tomorrow. Thomas puts the core projection beside it. Boundary drift point 3 is below threshold, but it is not gone. If we go politically soft now, the curve jumps back up in 2 days. His voice stays calm. The statement is not, we have bought time, not stability. Berlin calls in just before noon. Elise is home, physically stable enough, but the orientation gaps remain. The neighbor describes it precisely. Familiar rooms hold, but paths outside the apartment suddenly tear away. I read the sentence twice. Then, I write it into the open consequence list, not the private margin. The loss from the sacrifice mark hits me somewhere else. In a short check-in call, Elise says an old sentence I used to place immediately. Today, the small red charm by the Landwehr Canal is still missing as an image. I know the story, only as a fact chain. The emotion arrives later and skewed. I answer quietly anyway, because quiet is the only thing I can give with certainty right now. In the afternoon, we negotiate the transition order round by round. No long speeches, only conditions with expiry marks. West Quay accepts continued counter-signature duty in exchange for guaranteed medicine windows. The center accepts additional comfort cuts for fixed audit appointments instead of permanent ad hoc requests. Storage Yard and South Pier insist on public recourse if core values are reinterpreted after the fact. Sarah pours it all into a lean text that nobody finds beautiful, and therefore almost nobody can misunderstand.
The council makes one last attempt, a safety bundle in reduced form, only for core-adjacent hours. I block it again. Either verifiable rules for everyone, or the same old staircase back into coercion, just painted with a smaller brush. Gavin supports the line with the night shift numbers. Under an open chain, the spikes have grown smaller. Under bundled leadership, 2 of our critical nodes would statistically arrive late again, shortly before shift end. The new order stands as a time-limited post-tide framework, not elegant, but effective. 4 nodes stay active. Counter signatures remain openly continuous. Batch clearances remain suspended. Restriction routes run under daily review. The return claim for the sacrifice mark is logged as its own item, with a date and a responsible office.
That is the part of new order you can touch. The part with the scars stays quieter. In the hall, people work today who openly distrusted each other a week ago. They keep signing the same boards, but their hands hold the chalk differently. In Berlin, my mother sits in her kitchen, recognizes the table, but sometimes searches for the street like a foreign map. And I stand between both worlds with a gap in my own memory that I cannot negotiate away. I write the day's core into my note field.
The tide ended without falling back into the old exception order, and the cadence pact has become a time-limited post-tide framework with clear audit rules. Stabilization remains incomplete. Core risk, restriction routes, and political counter-movement are still real. The losses are concrete and stay visible. At Elise in Berlin, in me through the sacrifice mark, and in the relationship between the factions, which now carries only through verifiable work. When I wipe the board, a bright line remains at the bottom that the sponge does not quite take. Residual light. Not enough to rest. Enough to begin the next path without darkness.
In the morning, the hall smells of wet lime and cold tea. The third tide is over, but no one moves, as if that solves everything. We work slower, more precisely, with the caution of people who know how fast a clean plan can buckle under pressure. Again, Gavin sets the new week map on the table. It has fewer red fields than yesterday, and more yellow borders. That fits. Nothing is burning openly, but much of it holds only because we tighten it every day.
Sarah reads the transition framework draft out loud one last time. No long sentences. No back doors. 4 nodes stay active. Counter signatures stay open. Batch clearances stay suspended. Restriction routes run under daily review. The council tries once more to pull the old pattern back through a small exception. Only for core-adjacent hours, they say. Only for quick corrections. I listen and look at last shift's values. Exactly in the hours they want to exempt, the open chain carried us. I reject the addendum. Not as a gesture, as a conclusion. Thomas backs the decision with a brief comparison of the drift curves. Under open review, spikes show earlier and stay smaller. Under bundled leadership, they come to light later and hit harder. No one argues with the numbers, but you can feel the resistance in the room. West Quay demands reliable medicine windows in exchange. Storage Yard wants fixed deadlines for after notifications. South Pier insists that any reinterpretation of core values be openly marked in the same round. We build it all into the same framework until it is not pretty, but it can carry weight. Shortly after noon, the update comes from Berlin. Elise sits at the window, drinks tea, recognizes the neighbor, and then mixes up the day twice in the same conversation. No acute hospital admission, but still a nigh certainty outside the apartment. I write the report into the open consequence list and schedule the evening call. Then my own fixed point arrives. The return claim for the sacrifice mark. For the first time, it is not a request in the margin, but a binding entry with a responsible office, a deadline, and a counter signature. The path is narrow and not guaranteed, but it is real.
Late afternoon, we run the new sequence as a drill. 2 beats, no special rights. Full visibility on every deviation. The core stays nervous, but the chain holds. That is not all clear, but it is enough for planning. Before shift end, I go alone to the side pier. From there, you can see both directions. The line to the core, and the narrow emergency line back to Berlin. Earlier, this choice felt like a tear. Today, it feels like a task that can be shared without breaking. I write the day's core into my note field. We did not build a perfect order, only a durable second version. It lives by open review instead of quick exceptions. It cannot prevent every loss, but it forces causes and consequences into the same visible chain. When I set the pen down, the hall is quiet, not empty. Only quiet enough that you can hear the next step before you take it. The harbor of second paths is not a place where everything turns good. It is the place where we stop lying to ourselves about why something holds. And exactly because of that, I can say for the first time today, I no longer belong to only one side of the bridge. I belong to the path in between. You have listened to The Mirror Bridge of Tomorrow by Elena Vale, a production by Voxavera. If you would like to support us, you can do so on Patreon. You will also find the second part of The Mirror Bridge of Tomorrow there.